Ni at ambumpa poshuda mokili moklanki.
Yeah, again, Duke Brant. Sensors repairs failed? It's our 4th attempt.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Household troops are running rampant down here, and they're all coming from the coast. If you don't send me more men, we'll never get those sensors down there. The Thules will just keep coming until it's too late.
Kuchusa yo mat
Doing my best, but Republic's stretched thin. Command tells me 2 weeks.
2 weeks? In 2 weeks we'll be dead or singing the Imperial Anthem. Blast it.
I might be able to do something.
Heard that, did you? Yeah, I could really use a hand here. We need to get our sensors working along the coastline. Simple repairs, but it's the only way we'll see these Thule invaders coming. Once the sensors are active again, fire this flare from the bridge to alert our forces. And be on your guard. Thule commandos are everywhere.
Kabanotase
Give me
makipuna.
coordinates of the sensors. Be careful down there. Thule's taking up prisoners. Well, knowing the Sith, the Imperial Anthem is probably something along the lines of, like, the most offensively bad song you can think of off the top of your head. Sung with a kazoo to try and make it sound as terrible as possible. Because after all, only while in pain and misery are we truly alive, or whatever stupid nonsense the Sith are saying this week. Stupid idiots. Good morning, Blade Taval, Malachor, Ect, Micromano, Vigilant, and Triaxia. What is up? But no greetings to Gigapudding, for she is simply too amazing for greetings. Hey, Darth Tyron. Hey, Alex. Hey, Black Val. Well, someone's gonna die. Who's done? Who's done? Is it you? Yeah, one of these days you're gonna donate for something else, Alex. I'm just saying. Hey, DJT. Hello, Pillage of Snow. Hello, J. Palmer. Hope this day is finding y'all well. Good morning, Evo. Hello, Dr. Winter. Ah, Arceus. There's a game I want to play. Holy crap. Do you want to hear... This is a joke, Act, but do you want to hear the Empire's national anthem? You actually gotta give me a second to find it. Noise warning. And then it starts to loop a bit. Thank you, Alex, for the sub. I have put that down towards Pokemon Arceus. What? No, screw that. Remind me who Frank Lepecki is. Like, I recognize the name, but I'm not placing it. That's gonna be my tomorrow. The Command & Conquer guy. Well, this is a remix of a song from Red Alert 3. So... not really, Evo, because I'd want to do an original song for that. I do have something that's the closest equivalent. Other than this song, obviously. The other closest equivalent... I do not, Jay Palmer. In fact, finding information on that is actually really difficult and hard to do because they're inconsistent about how they credit their actors. That sucks. Kane? It's, no. Pass, Phoenicia. I don't think he's particularly like either. So, I mean, coin flip, you know? Okay, so we got that, we got that. Yeah, we got that. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Combat team, we're saved. Alec Terral of House Terral. We have an enclave not far from here. Peaceful, secluded. It's a place of study. Then the Killiks found us. Came crawling in the doors, the windows, the walls. The enclave was destroyed.
What the heck are Killiks?
There's not many problems a good blaster can't fix.
Our only defense was a few insecticide mines, but there was no warning, no time to activate them. Bryn, our groundskeeper, tried to distract them anyway. The Killiks, well, there's not much left of him now.
What are Killiks?
Would they come after survivors like you?
For God's sakes.
They have what they wanted, probably nesting in our beds, laying eggs in the dining hall. We can't abandon House Terral. We have to salvage what we can before the Killiks or the Empire get to it. We're not soldiers. Those insecticide mines are our only weapon, and they're sitting dormant back at the Enclave with those bugs.
You don't like it, Evo?
It takes intelligence to overrun a sentient colony.
Sentients don't eat people. The civilized ones, anyway. The insecticide mines shouldn't be hard to activate. Once they're online, we'll have a chance. But do be careful. Those bugs don't understand surrender.
So, frickin' Killiks. So some of you are probably wondering why not only am I picking all the flirt lines, but I'm also looking as ridiculous as possible. So, remind me to come back to that topic, because it'll kind of address what Evo's asking her.
You've done it! Good on you, friend. Well done. With the sensors up, those Thule backstabbers won't slip past us again. We'll turn this war around. You wait and see.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, Evo, but I'm going to answer your other question first. Once we're done with cutscenes.
Wait, NO, I've got 7 bioscans left.
Patrols report a 50% increase in blaster malfunctions.
Okay, set up a meeting with the staff sergeant. And blast it, tell me when guests are here.
Acknowledged.
Science Commander Kekana Herot, Regional Supervisor for the House Organa Garrison. Glad you made it.
How did you know I was coming?
Saw the report on how you handled the Wolf Baron and House Thule. Hoped you could help us out here, too. This area used to be a staging point against House Ulgo. Usurper General calls himself King of Alderaan, but Ulgo outplayed us.
How were you outplayed?
Alderaan has a native species called the Killiks. Insects. Hive mind, semi-intelligent. House Ulgo turned them against us. The bugs swarm, rip apart walkers, whole battalions.
When you say insects, just how insectoid are we talking about?
Ever meet a Geonosian? Like that, but more leg. I was drafted as science commander to find the Killik's weakness, but I need a task force to get inside enemy territory. If you can capture a living specimen, I can learn how Ulgo makes the nests attack, and stop all this at once.
If you've got a strategy, lay it out.
Killiks can absorb prisoners into their hive mind. The victims are called joiners. You'd need to assault Killik territory, subdue a joiner under fire, and bring him here for interrogation. This tranquilizer will keep him docile.
Let's make it happen.
Hey, we're losing this fight. If we don't solve the Killik problem soon, this place will be overrun. You're our best hope, and there'll be no second chance.
Okay, so, first of all, thank you for the bits, Rama. What's your backup option, in case I say no to that? Because I just noticed it's not on the list. So that's how that works. So, one of the things I'm really in favor of when it comes to New Vegas, you got it. One of the things I'm really in favor of when it comes to game design, especially any game design where there's any kind of cosmetics, is to allow the player to be as ridiculous, silly, cool, sexy, super amazing, whatever it is they want to, right? As I like to summarize, I am in favor of the pink Darth Vader, to quote the often quoted comment thereabouts. I usually don't do that, though. I'm a big fan of looking cool or interesting or whatever because I tend to take my stuff seriously because I have a gigantic stick up my butt. That being said, not only do I want to show off what you can do with a situation like this, but the Smuggler is pretty much designed to be the silly class. It's built from the ground up to be just... Yeah, we're just having some fun. It's the MCU class, except the MCU didn't exist back then. Like, you get the idea. So I have no problem doing it here, and of course this is probably one of the better times in which to do it, so here we are. Any questions? Inquisitor is capable of being ridiculous, and Bounty Hunter is capable of being awesome. But Valvedrix, that's the one that's capable of being silly. So what we did, Evo, is, then we have the clip. What we did was we said, all right, we're going to hit random on the character creator X amount of times, and we let everyone vote. And that's the character design we decided to go with. It turned out to be 7 times, and here we are. I don't think I could have asked for something better for the Smuggler. Also, our name is Furtmaster, to really get the point across. So, Evo asks, can you only flirt with certain genders? That is correct. So, at the time, BioWare's policy was actually really simple. We're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. They have since, they after that, decided to make everyone completely bisexual. And then they decided to rein that back a little bit and actually design the gender preference of their characters a little bit more. So, until you get to the expansions, you're stuck with the, hetero opposite whatever sides you want to call that thing. What am I looking for here? Oh, I need a joiner guardian, apparently. I prefer the manually crafted stuff, as I often do. This sounds way too loud. So, for example, there's a guardian. Let's see if we can not kill this thing. There's white damage here. Use it. Use it. Use it! Jesus Christ! Use the goddamn thing! There we go. Whew, almost didn't manage that. Anyways. Just, did you see that? So yeah, as long as you actually sit down and think about it, as long as it's good, it's good. That's actually a really good way to put it. But for me, the general way I tend to think of it is, so I didn't like it in Dragon Age 2 when everyone was bisexual. Not because I have anything against that, but because it was lazy. It was quite literally just, we don't have to program in gender flags or write character design, so instead we're not going to. Everyone can romance everyone, with like a couple of exceptions. The end. And that's what I was against. So if you sit down and think, okay, you're into this, you're into this, you're into this, you're into this, because of this part of the character, you know, making it a part of the character, make it part of the storytelling, cool. Yeah, player sexuality, I think that's actually what they call that, Dr. Winter, you're right. So let's see. Stick with the developer's intended name, use your real name, use standard nickname, come up with a name according to lore, and make something ridiculous. Yeah, no, all that sounds about right. If you're wondering, I'm turning this in so I don't lose this jackass, because... Also, it's timed, I just noticed that. Yeah, Mass Effect 3 also has its own issues, which I don't want to get into.
You got one? Fantastic. Containment protocols, Enno.
What have you done to us? We've strayed from the nest.
Good. If he can talk, he can tell us why the Killiks are attacking, and how House Ulgo is controlling them.
I am the first... No, I can't even joke with that guy. Good morning, Justin. So what happened to this poor gentleman?
You said he'd be brainwashed.
Killik pheromones bond with chemicals in the brain. Long-term exposure has other physiological consequences, too.
We remember when we lived among you. Before joining the kind, there was only isolation.
I'm going to run some scans. Hey, tell us, why the aggression? Is Ulgo supplying you? Scaring you?
There is such pain now. The song of the universe is disrupted. The warriors are angry, and we swarm.
God, I hate Killiks so much. Can we just destroy the whole planet? Get rid of all the Killiks.
I don't understand. You say there's pain?
We feel the agony. Your species is responsible. We must swarm.
There's a lot of neural activity. He is hurting. Must be his connection to the hive mind. Not sure why.
Your people drag us to your pain factory beneath the mountains. You must be dissected and absorbed.
Where are Killiks being taken?
The tunnels. So close. We can sense them now.
Enno, take him to a cell.
When we come, you will join with us.
We have our answer. Ulgo is torturing Killiks on our land, driving them against us. Take out the Ulgo pain factory, and you free up almost all our troops.
Suppose you're right. What's our next step?
There's a cave system nearby. Ulgo troop levels are high, and we've spotted Killiks too. Place is a death trap. No one gets near it. It's got to be the pain factory. If you get inside, destroy the Ulgo forces and contact me. Let's stop that swarm.
I mean, we already had the Despair Factory in FF14. Now we have the Pain Factory in Tor, which... Yeah, I would describe Tor as a pain factory. I think that's an appropriate terminology. Yeah, honestly, can we just wipe out the Killiks? Just... I mean, they're actively attacking us and absorbing us. It's a form of conquest. Surely there's some legal precedence for going to war with a species that's trying to consume you. Countless voices, imprinting taking hold. I can't control it. Please, I need your help. Man is in the process of being joined to the Killiks. I've tried everything, but he's beyond my power.
I've seen Chiss with better color.
Please, he may be unconscious, but he can still hear us. If this man is joined to the Killiks, he'll share their thoughts, their feelings, at the cost of his own. I was distracted. Maybe I could repel them. Surprise attack or a ray, but I can't leave him.
I'd hate to calculate the odds on this one.
You don't have any other choice. The joining process moves quickly. I'll focus. Wait for the right moment before trying again. Hurry! Yeah, that's another thing, by the way. Based on how, life works, the moment you're mind-controlled into the hive, you're dead. So they're actually, for all intents and purposes, killing you, and then repurposing your body. which is efficient, admittedly. But, you know. Yeah, you die. Yes, Alex. Whatever's the most convenient. Of course, you'd side with the Killiks, Malachor, since, you know, you were consumed by them. I'm on to you, Malachor. I know. I mean, you might think I'm just against the Killiks because they're bugs. But honestly, not only do I have my own bug race within my own setting, but there's actually several bug races I rather enjoy in fiction. I'm against the Killiks because they're horrible. Like, in most settings, these would be the equivalent of the zombie swarm. Or the dark spawn. And for some reason, they try to treat them like they're not. And I don't actually understand that. We'll actually have more of a chance to talk about the Killiks during the Inquisitor? God, who gets them? Who gets the dude? Agent. Thank you. I knew it was over there. I mean, I guess that's possible, Malachor. That boils back down to the Babylon 5 question, which I can't ask for fear of spoiling, but if you've seen my Babylon 5 rumination, you know the one I'm talking about. Favorite bugs-like race besides the Zerg and, of course, my own species? Probably the Nerubians, I'd say. Yeah, I think I'd go with Nerubians. Which is funny, because actually I tend to like all of the bug races of Warcraft, even though they all originated as part of the same race. The Silithid are interesting in how they're utilized. The Nerubians are fascinating and have tremendous potential and some really cool background lore. I really wish we'd have a playable Nerubian. And then we have the Klaxi, aka the Mantid, who are just... they're awesome. They had an entire rep dedicated toward them, and of course, you know, a lot of the Pandaria storyline actually culminated with the Mantid story arc. Now we're getting there soon in the Lorecraft series. Next week will be the Dread Wastes. That'll be a long one. What's the hive mind species of B5? Spoilers. So what makes the Kala of the Protoss different to the other hive minds? So the first and most important thing is that the Kala is not actually a hive mind. By the way, hi Hazardous. Hope you had a good weekend. Mine was filled with hanging out with my niece. And getting work done. Which is why I was late this morning, by the way. You might think, oh, he was tired, or oh, he was busy. No, I was just working and lost track of time. I'm almost done with the credits sequence for the LTTP Theater. I think you can play humans in WoW to count. Anyways. So, the Kala isn't actually a proper hive mind. The Kala is more like what it would be like to be a Betazoid. You just constantly have the empath, the empathy of those around you. Those otherwise connected to Kala, I should say, not anybody. It is also artificially induced, that is correct. It is not a natural state of the Protoss. It can also be usurped, but let's not get too much into that. And yeah, I can see that with the Kithkin. It's not a bad parallel. I love most about this AoE. It has no cooldown. Oh, hi, Cash, Hildonis. Give me a second. I do not have the ability to invite people to the guild. We do, although we weren't playing video games yesterday. We were playing D&D. I don't on the Imperial side either, by the way, at Earth Tyrant. I know that because of Saturday, I want to say it was. It was Saturday or yesterday. So, well, she's not actually playing D&D. She's playing her uncle tells her a story, and she tells him how she wants to go through it. Imagine D&D with a whole lot less dice, and you've kind of got it. Get some help back here. De-invite Hildonis. Your guild rank does not have permission to do that. There we go. Now that I am set to Mr. Runner, I can now invite. Pause music.
Huh? Intruders! Alert base and assume battle positions.
You,
Retarget the torture droids. Release the Killiks if you have to. We can take the enemy's very best.
You,
Scared, huh? Figures.
For House Ulgo! For the crown!
You, I mean, we do use dice. It's just we don't use the rule set. Yeah, it's kind of like choose your own adventure with dice. That's actually probably a good way to phrase that. You don't have to, Mr. Red. It's okay. I'm not a typical corporate CEO. You can take time off. Oh, it's been a ball. And I know she's been enjoying it because half the time when I interact, she's like, can we continue the story? Like, she initiates that. And if there's one thing that tends to showcase whether or not a kid has interest in something, it's when they initiate. So, I've been trying to push her a little bit out of her comfort zone because she's got the same thing I did as a kid, to be completely blunt. Certain things I was just not comfortable with. You know, like, Ninja Gaiden. I know that's a random example, but it's true. Where's the... Oh, there it is.
If it isn't my favorite strike team, tell me you found the Ulgo Pain Factory.
They were torturing Killiks. I didn't expect this smell. The sights. It's gruesome.
Don't empathize too much. The important thing is no more Killik frenzies. Of course, it'd be a shame to let all that tech go to waste. But Ulgo learned a few things about the bugs.
You got a brilliant plan, right?
I might be able to replicate the Ulgo experiments, bring the Killiks onto our side. See if you can salvage the data and equipment.
Done! Death to Killiks and to the living!
Let someone else torture a sentient life form.
What?
Don't think of
You're evil! You're pure evil!
You should get out of there. Meet me at the command post for a debrief.
God damn it! Oh well. So, what the hell was I talking about? I noticed that actually, Malachor, and I do like that. It's a flavor thing. Sure, Tyron, if you've got the time. I know your schedule is your schedule. And you're working today. Me too, actually, as it happens. What was I talking about? No, Ninja Gaiden, the thing that bothered me is the gross factor. And if you don't remember what that is, then you haven't been particularly far into Ninja Gaiden. But later on, there's like pulsating things in the walls and demons that have flesh falling off of them and just... I mean, it's an NES, so it's not terrible, but you get the idea, right? There's also Contra. Pretty much the exact same problem. Yeah, thank you, Act. Yeah, that kind of thing tended to push me out of... Hey, Blake Duvall. Never heard of Thrill Kill, I'm afraid. What was that one side-scroller beat 'em up? It was actually considered revolutionary at the time, and I don't remember why. Slaughterhouse, I want to say? Hey, don't you remember Contra? Especially by the time you get to the alien levels. Meat walls. It was actually really common. A huge number of NES games would start off relatively normal and then drift into just gross. It's... I don't know why it was a thing. I've never understood why that's a thing. Look at Super Contra sometime, by the way. You want to say gross. Good lord. Congrats, Spartan. I hope you enjoyed the experience. Yeah, there's literally some Geiger-esque stuff in Contra. It's just, ugh, disturbing. And that's kind of the thing. I've noticed that the older I get, gore doesn't really bother me in and of itself. Disturbing stuff, that's a little bit different. Now, what am I looking for here? That's someone else's quest. Got it. I mean, saying FF5 is better than FF3 is saying that a fine dining meal is better than being punched in the face, so I'm not sure I disagree. So, I'm sorry. So what I mean by pushing her out of her comfort zone, so let me rewind that a second. I don't want to expose her to gross. What I want to expose her to is danger. So let me explain what I mean by that. Let's say my niece is playing a video game, or a D&D game. Let's say she's approaching a boss. Her default approach to that is to run away. She doesn't like facing the possibility of losing to that boss, and it kind of hits her anxiety a little bit. I've actually talked about this before. So what I've been trying to do is very gently and very precisely get her used to the idea of trying to challenge herself and accepting that she can beat that boss. Which she can. She's pretty good at video games. Like, you know, she's not as good as I was. But the point is, she is still pretty damn good. Every time... You know, there's this one time I was playing Kirby and the Forgotten Land with her. And we go up to this one specific boss. And I've actually told this story before. And we're fighting it, and she's fighting it. And I'm just holding back. I am not helping her. I am talking her through it. I am being a voice that she can focus on and help to settle her. But I'm letting her fight the boss, because it's co-op, so we're both playing there. And as we're going through the boss fight, you know, she's like, no, I can't do it. It's okay. Just focus. Try to get it. Make sure to watch for this pattern. When he does this attack, you know he's about to do this other attack. You know, just talking her through it. And when she beat it, that's when I told her she had been fighting it on hard mode, not easy mode. And her expression was priceless, because she was shocked that she had managed that fight on hard mode by herself. Because, again, I was just holding back. So that's kind of what I mean when I say pushing her out of her comfort zone. So in the campaign that I'm running her through, I got her into a part where there's this huge army of evil bug creatures. I'm not actually kidding. And she's been trying to deal with them in order to save the people, and so she's just kind of, you know, avoiding, right? She doesn't want to deal with it. She doesn't want to deal with it. And she ended up losing a particular role. So I was like, okay, so you fall, go to this cave, and the cave is really, really dark, and there's this going off in the distance, and she starts to freak out just a little bit, and I'm like, okay, so before she can actually start to react, I'm like, all right, so there's a bunch of rock outcroppings that are up against the wall that you can hide behind, or you could try to light a fire to see what's coming, or you could try to actually avoid it or distract it, or you could just fight it outright. So she's like, I want to see what it is. So I describe it. It's a gigantic metal scorpion. So she's like, okay, I'm going back behind the rock. Perfectly valid reaction. So she goes back behind the rock. She rolls her stealth. She's fine. Thing stomps by, and she rushes out. She falls into the river, which carries her further into enemy territory. Now she's surrounded by the bug swarms. She's like, okay. Now I've got to... And this is what I mean by kind of just trying to gently push her a little bit. Just a little bit out of the comfort zone so that she gets used to trying to deal with situations like that. Which she did, with aplomb. Oh, that's good. Okay. She actually followed the river down to the ocean and then swam along the coast to get back in. But what's really cool, and I praise her for this too, she noticed earlier, without me drawing her attention to it, 20-something, Alex. Without me drawing her attention to it, that she could... there was this ichor, which was on some of the local people, and it was causing them to just be like, rawr, rawr. And she figured out, and just through interactions, and through... What's your character name, Blade Jamal? Because it's not Blade. I thought it was Blade. Just through interactions and through testing, she was able to figure out that this ichor was acting as an emotional throughput. I was just talking about empathy. Well, imagine that that's something that's kind of... Imagine if you have a physical liquid that you can push emotion into, and it reverberates throughout that liquid henceforth. Right? And so, you know, you just concentrate something on it, and then you layer it on someone. You have to spell it for me then, Blade Jamal. Just type it in chat. I'll be able to pull it out. And then that emotion starts to push into them, starts to override their emotions. Right? So she figures all this out, because she's smart. And she's like, okay, cool. And as she's fleeing from the Mantid, she has an idea. And I'm probably just gushing too much here. But she's like, I've got it. And she specifically knocks one of the Mantid out of the air while she's in the river, so that the Mantid plummets into the river. And, sure enough, did I say Mantid? I don't know why I'm calling them Mantid. Sorry. The bug thing. The ichor washes off of it. Probably because we were talking about WoW a second ago. The ichor washes off of it, and the creature's like, where am I? What am I doing here? Who are you? And she's like, aha! And she just felt, she was so excited to figure it out. She was so happy. And if I could just be blunt for just a second, that is just one of the greatest joys of being a GM in general, is when your players figure it out, you know? And that's why I always just struggle. I know Evo understands this. I struggle with not wanting to be too vague, but not wanting to be too overt. You want the players to figure it out. You don't want to hand it to them on a silver platter, but you don't want to make it too esoteric, or else they're just going to go off into some completely other direction, right? So it's this whole thing. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to type it out, I think, because I can't just right-click it. You're gonna have to figure it out, Blade. I'm sorry.
The strike team destroyed the Ulgo facility. Killik attacks have fallen by 40% already.
It seems putting you in charge was the right decision after all.
Thank you, sir.
And this must be your strike team. Always a pleasure to see you.
It's been too long already.
But then we strike at House Ulgo itself. Thanks to all of you.
I know we had our differences, but I'm willing to bury them. I've got battle plans to draw and a lot of stimcaf to drink.
I sure wish we had tortured those Killiks, but alas.
I hope everything goes well. Be careful.
You too. This war's no good for any of us, and it's a long way from over.
Listen, Alex, they're not sentient beings, they're bugs! All rights and privileges are revoked because they're bugs. They're bugs. Sorry.
Your insecticide mines are online. The Killik should clear out soon.
You have no idea what this means to us. The thought of their talons on our prized heirlooms. We'll get word to the main house. Hopefully they can send some reinforcements. I thank you for this.
Thank you, Tyron. Yes, I want clones swarming this planet and removing every single Killik here. All of them. I don't want any of them alive by the time we leave this planet.
Hatungi ma chechu I kutsi nang kihe. Kuchusa yo mata chitoya asubi mota uipa.
Are Killik's friendly?
Buti kihasa da puño. Liz di woto.
That's an interesting question. Do you consider the Borg friendly? Good morning, Damashi. Okay. Good morning, Krenzel. Yeah, we're going to be on Smuggler for a decent chunk of this week. I'm not bored with the game yet, so that's nice. Meanwhile, everyone in chat, we're bored of this game lore. We hate you. Oh, okay. Exactly, Mr. Red. They just want to assimilate you. If you just join the hive, Mr. Red, everything is going to be better. Why would you want to not be joined, Mr. Red? What possible benefit would there be to not being joined? Damn it! Fine. Enjoy your deaths. Dr. Winter asks, I hate you and your face. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Trihexia asks, do I have an alternative for OBS? No. Alright, Dr. Winter asks, what do you think of the Smuggler dialogue so far? Right. I thought I answered that out loud. I'm sorry. It varies between extremely boring and amusing. I actually remember Saturday, I want to say it was. There was a scene that was happening which I found legitimately amusing. And someone in chat was just like, oh my god, this is so bearable, I gotta get out of here. And I was just like, this is as good as it gets for Smuggler. Yeah, the finale of Tatooine was great. I love that. Got its own positive, I'm pretty sure. Check that, where's Smuggler? Yep. Yeah. We are absolutely still there, Act. We need to... It's not the best choice. It's the only choice. Yeah, Smuggler is substantially better than Trooper. I was actually thinking about that because Django poked his head in and said, wow, that's it to the score. But the problem is you have to understand this score is way better than Trooper. Even the relative absence of positives we've been running into is still loads better than the swamp of negatives that Trooper had. It is quite possible that Jedi Knight really will be surpassed by Trooper, just by virtue of how absolutely terrible Trooper was. Did I miss it? I did miss it. We'll see, Blade. I do not think that's going to be true. I've played through Jedi Knight 3 times, and one of those times I hated it so much we quit the game. What, this? This is 3D.Heroes. Now that I could see, Damashi. I could see Knight being a more negatives, more positive scenario. Because Knight, like, even if we ignore super weapons are us, Knight reminds me a lot of the light side ending of KOTOR 1. Like, almost one-to-one in several cases. Something I tend to call the high school play problem. Is Trooper everything good? Yes, 4X and Alara. And, oh, does Knight have anything good that I remember? Super weapons are us. Yes, it's now an official terminology. I just invented it. Yeah, I could see Scourge as being worthwhile. Which is funny, because usually last party member syndrome, right? Whoops, wrong way. No, that's the right way. Well, enjoy your death. I'm withholding judgment on Kira for right now. Nope, this continues to be 3D Heroes Triaxia. That sounds like that would be a fun kind of mostly management sim kind of a game, Dakota. You know, it's like, all right, you can combine prefixes and suffixes to create new super weapons. You try to sell them to mad scientists and, you know, Cobra. You can take, what do you call it, commissions, or you can just make your own weapons and see who's willing to buy them. Change the prices to figure out who's going to buy what. Try to sell to both sides so they actually want to one-up each other. So in the doing, they both need more super weapons. Where am I going? Where am I going? All the way back? Really? Okay. At least when we get to Night, the gameplay will improve. Smuggler so far has one spec I enjoy. It's the one I am right now. Trooper had 0 specs I enjoyed. We'll see how Consular works once we get there. I'm just picturing, alright, so we'll sell a nuke to this person, and then a planet cracker to this person, and then a system destroyer to this person, and then the galactic implosion device to this person. Probably, Tyron. I mean, I've been playing it main for a while, and it's almost assuredly going to be our main for our actual Sith Warrior, which is our main. We'll see. Oh my god. Frickin' Alderaanians. This thing called an elevator. I want you to look into it. The toxic kelp cannon. Speaking of Stellaris.
Better?
Shut up, Corso.
Rumors are filling the hollow frequencies of a daring robbery at our old estate. You've set a lot of tongues wagging.
House Bayless is missing a datapad from their new library.
I let my dear sister have the honors. Never could decipher that blasted thing.
It's a simple code, woven through the genealogical entries. You just have to assemble the letters correctly, Len.
I can't wait to see what's inside.
I hope it isn't a huge explosion. That would be anticlimactic.
According to this, we must pry open the droid's ventral servomotor housing and disable its lateral conduits. The holochip is hidden within a false power storage unit, behind a detonite charge. Entering the disarm code.
You sure we ought to be standing this close, Captain?
I've got it! After all these centuries, we finally have our proof. The information on this holochip proves House Turan is owed a considerable number of credits. When the other families hear of this, we will reclaim our status among the nobility.
Don't forget who put you back on top.
I think you'll find us extremely generous to our friends.
Then take this data and have it authenticated by the Royal Council. I'll see to our benefactor's payment.
I'm sure you will, dear sister.
Next time.
Leave you two alone to negotiate. Call me when you need me, Captain.
I suppose you'll be leaving soon. You don't seem like a man who stays in one place for long.
I always have time for a gorgeous lady.
There's a charming crudeness to your romantic gestures I can't help admiring. One advantage to being an honored guest at House Organa is access to their finest food and drink. I can arrange a special meal for the two of us. We'll eat and talk about your adventures.
What happens when I run out of stories?
Why don't we start a conversation and see where things lead? Follow me to the parlor. We'll pour ourselves a drink while we wait for the food.
And she poisons us.
Aren't you glad you decided to stay?
Oh my god, that voice.
Why don't you leave all this behind, Sidonia?
That's more tempting than you know. But my place is here. I owe it to my family's legacy. I promised myself a long time ago I would live my life without any regrets. Thank you for letting me keep that promise.
Any other promises I can help you keep?
Thank you, but no. This datapad contains your payment for delivering the droid. It's the schematic for a powerful anti-radiation shield invented by House Turan. The shield will protect your starship from lethal cosmic rays. You should give the datapad to your business partner, Risha.
What's she gonna do with it?
Build the shield, I believe. I assumed you knew all this. I also have your reward for recovering our family's heirlooms. I'm especially grateful for those. You risked your life for House Turan, and we'll never forget that. Farewell.
Yeah, you know, their bloodline terminates with them, so I can help you with that, that's all I'm saying. Oh, I wish she'd poisoned us. That would have been great. Oh, that would have been great. You know, if you come back with me, we'll have some fine wine.
Better?
Now you will see what happens to one who messes with the Sith. What's the difference, Evo? Little does Evo realize I'm secretly poisoning her. Okay, so Smuggler's done, but I'm pretty sure we have at least one more planetary primaries mini zone to do.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
I could be wrong. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. Listen, is it really sex if your companion isn't brutally murdering you during the act? I don't understand the question. King of Koopa's live? Oh, never mind. I understand your question. Actually, so you're wrong, I'm afraid. Quite a few people donated quite a bit of money to, you know, each of the classes. The only ones that weren't funded were the lesser interesting ones. Or the lesser interest ones. And that was all covered by Dealer's Choice. So. I was gonna say, I feel like we're not done with Alderaan, even though I don't even have a vector quest right now. Yeah, Tor's been... I can actually tell you how long Tor's been getting funded. Give me a second, because I think I was keeping track of that when we started Tor. Give me a moment. Where's Tor? There it is. 597 days Tor has been funding. Speaking of which, I suppose I'll put the Patreon post up while I'm waiting for these people. And by these people, I mean this flight path I'm on here. New post. New post. What month is this? September. Boop. My post is live. That's different. Where am I at? I see quests. Quests. We also need to do the social. Wow, the secondary, the bonus series. That's what they call it. Why are you bothering me? Do you have any idea what I'm working on? No, I just got here. Wait, you can help me. I just got here. Hopefully I feel better than my previous assistants. May they rest in peace.
How did these people die?
They were devoured by Killiks. Because Killiks eat people, by the way. The details of my research are far too technical to get into, but the basic concept is simple. I want to domesticate the Killiks. I believe we can learn to coexist with them, but I need a live specimen to continue the project.
Aren't Killiks too dangerous to try and capture alive?
I've developed a neutralizer specific to one of the Killik hives. It temporarily turns a weakened Killik docile. You can use it to subdue a weakened Killik and lead it back to me. I'll see that you're all well compensated.
You sent your assistants out into Killik territory and they were slaughtered. Doesn't that bother you at all?
An unfortunate but acceptable loss. The Killik slay hundreds each month. Imagine how many lives will be saved once I finish my work. My research could be worth millions. I'm sure you'll be amply rewarded. I didn't even bring up money. Well, that's good, Tyrant, because I'm not done with anything else either. Yeah, how many dead people has she killed at this point? Yes, that's right, dead people. Come on. Nope, target is dead. Okay, let's try this one. Nope. Try this one. Nope. Let's try this one. Nope. Oh yeah, towns and hubs, Mr. Red. Or hubs and towns, I forget which. But, so, okay. I guess we can't neutralize those? Let's head over here, I suppose. Absolutely, Zaktaf. Billions of people dead is a small price to pay for killing some bugs. Oh, I died a lot sooner than this, but yeah, it's pretty easy to get swarmed by Killiks, ironically. Okay, surely one of these can be mind controlled. I mean, not killed. There we go. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Thanks, Blade. Listen, if you don't like Mega Man music, I'm probably going to have a talk, Renzler. Okay. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die! No, I need to not die too! Ah, I hate this planet! Thank you, Alex. Imagine doing this solo, by the way. Let's see. Now, what does Alex want to put those towards? I'm pretty sure he wants to put it towards not Paradise Killer. Oh my god, don't even remind me. I don't want to think about Belsavas. Because we're gonna get to Belsavas soonish. And then I'm gonna kill myself. Thank you, Hetty Ori. Always appreciate those subs. I'll put that towards whatever you want to put it towards. Within reason, obviously. Okay. What else we got here? That's a preserver. You know, while Vanilla had this problem, code-wise, it would require you to kill a certain very specific classified mob. To try and explain a little bit, you see how we've got, we've got Killik larvae, we've got Killik patrollers, we've got Killik preservers, and we've got Killik scrappers. So you are required to get, or Konokill, you're required to get specifically scrappers, nothing else. Now that makes sense from a code perspective. Oh, never mind, looks like we actually got it. I'm not going to question it. So, not only do you have the obvious problem of trying to seek out a specific thing, you have the cherry-picking problem because other players are looking for that thing too. And in almost every case, they share a respawn timer with every other type of enemy there. So it has been possible in many points in WoW history and in Tor history where you need X and X isn't there. Because all of them aren't spawned. Like every spawn node is taken up by another creature type. In WoW Cataclysm, they came up with this brand new tech to qualify quest objectives as a category of object rather than a specific object. So in other words, go capture a Killik rather than capture a Killik scrapper. And that was a surprisingly huge quality of life improvement. It's insane how much that made questing better in WoW. What a magnificent specimen. This one will do quite well. Give me my money. Give me my money! I'm sure you'll find this to be adequate compensation. I have ample funds available now that I no longer have to pay my assistants. Oh my god. Take your credits and go. Jesus, I feel like a whore. Alright, or a hooker or whatever, I don't know. What were you asking me, Mr. Red? Party system. And optional interactions. Yeah, that's... That... Hang on. Hit the stream brakes. This is going to sound weird, but put that under AI design. Sorry, the reason I was stalled on that one was because Guild Wars 1 is going to stumble into that same category. And I had a category for it, and I just had to remember it. Okay, so Hediori is putting that towards Paradise Killer. And one of your subs... Hang on, let me pull that out of the bundle here. What's a vector quest? It's exactly what it sounds like. Okay, we're here. We're in House Ballas. We do the House Ballas quests. Quest. Okay, we finished all the quests here. And as the final quest, we get a quest to say, we really need help in insert other zone here. Please go immediately to insert other zone here. And then you're like, oh yeah, absolutely, no problem. Then you go to insert other zone here, and now you're there. Vector. Back in the day, I used to call them go-tos, but the actual professional term is a vector quest. Fine, I'll turn into Risha, whatever. I guess. Oh yeah, that's choices, Mr. Red, you're correct. Listen, nobody likes Vector. Unless you split him from the hive. Proper vectoring is actually really important for MMO design. Because otherwise you just have quests all over the place with no pattern, rhyme, or reason to them. And, well, it's really easy to literally not be capable of finding some of the quests within a specific range or region. Which was a really common problem back in the day. What, Risha?
You got House Tehran's schematic. Perfect. That wasn't too bad, was it?
That Sidonia was really something.
Is she your type, Captain? Interesting. She always seemed a little cold-hearted to me. Your next delivery is to take that head in the jar to a sniveling little stuffed shirt named Pima Ahuf. Pima is at House Alda's estate. You'll have to sneak through some tough battle zones to get there.
What else do you know?
They're Alderaan's original rulers. They've lost most of their political power, but none of their snootiness.
Can't wait to ditch that creepy head. I swear its eyes follow me around the cargo hold.
This is one delivery I recommend keeping covered. Let's not upset the locals any more than we need to. Good luck, Captain.
That ought to fix you.
Okay. Where is this person? Of course, they're way out there. Good morning, Narset. And yeah, exactly, Alex. Proper vectoring is a portion, not the only portion, but a portion of quest design. Something I tend to be a little bit persnickety about. Sorry, looking something up really quick. Where am I? Not where I want to be, but that's okay. I can fix this. I have this power. Alright, so let's check the question queue while we're running. I talked about dialogue, I talked about Evo, I talked about Kala. Oreo asks a fascinating question. Oreo says, what is the purchasing power of a dollar to a minute ratio? And the answer is, invalid question. It doesn't work that way. So at the moment, the purchasing power of a priority is something I can tell you, Oreo. But I cannot tell you the money purchasing power unless I know how many people have put interest towards a particular work. So what I could do hypothetically, and almost assuredly will not do, is I could come up with a chart and just list, like, here's how much $1 is worth if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, up to 40 people have put interest in a work. Although even that, no, that doesn't actually work that way, does it? So never mind, I couldn't calculate that. Well, no, I think I could figure that out. I think I could figure that out. There would be math involved. And since we have nothing else to do while we're flying... Let's see here. That actually feels like that one should be story, unlike the previous one. Well, it's also worth noting that that variable changes as I change prices periodically. Right now, we're charging... Yeah, I'll give you an exact number.
That ought to fix you.
366.25 priority per hour. I don't know what the Sith Warrior male voice actor sounds like off the top of my head, Evo. I've played female consistently for years. So. And yes, this is Celeste.
There. Better?
Oh.
Guided tours of House Alder's Royal Museum are closed until further notice. Scoot along and don't be a bother. Otherwise, you'll answer to security.
Do you want this head in a jar or not?
I most certainly do not. Get that disgusting thing out of my sight. I mean, really, what sort of buffoon brings a counterfeit head and expects payment? House Alder has already obtained the head of Darth Bandon, thank you very much. It was genetically authenticated by one of my conservators yesterday.
Yeah, by the way, that Darth Bandon, in case you missed it.
You're being a fool.
How dare you? House Alder does not make mistakes. Cadrith? Cadrith, come here.
Yes, noble curator. How may I serve your impeccable rectitude?
Where is Neva? I want her to run the genetic authenticator on this head and prove it's a fake.
I haven't seen Neva since she authenticated the other head yesterday, noble curator. I sent a message to her holo, but she never replied.
I need you to test this head for me, Cadrith.
I'd really rather not. It's quite ugly.
Cadrith, perform a genetic authentication on this head at once. Compare the results to the head we received yesterday.
I beg your patience, noble curator. This process will take some time.
And yes, the incompetent one from KOTOR 1, who has, I think, a grand total
a slight
of 2.
This head is a 100% genetic match for the Sith Lord Darth Bandon. I retested the head Neva verified yesterday, and it does not appear anywhere in the genetic authenticator's database.
Tell me who delivered that fake head.
The same man who promised he could obtain it. Captain Skavik, this is Noble Curator Pima Ahoth speaking. I demand that you return the Arcanian hyperdrive at once. The head you bought it with is a counterfeit.
Sorry, Pimi. I have a strict no refunds policy. Hey, Captain. You're a little late to the party.
Where'd you dig up a counterfeit head, Skavik?
On a battlefield, where else? People will buy anything if the case is fancy enough. Hope you don't mind, Pimi, but Neva's taking an early retirement. She's too gorgeous for life in a museum.
What? You menace! You corrupted that girl!
Wasn't that hard, trust me.
You won't have much use for women once me and Huey get done with you, Skavik.
You still got that giant Viper sword? What are you trying to compensate for, kid?
He just wants his torchy back.
Sorry, Corso, but that's a grown-up weapon. You just put out your eye. I wish I had a hollow of your face right now, Captain. That expression is just priceless. Have fun eating my vapor trails.
This is unthinkable. Skavik has committed a grievous affront to House Alder.
Send some guards after him, fast.
I'll inform House Organa's spaceport security, but I can't guarantee they will intervene. Skavak received the Arcanian hyperdrive at the spaceport yesterday. If he's still there, he must not have finished installing it. Skavak cannot leave Alderaan without a functioning hyperdrive. Hurry, catch him before he escapes!
I'm taking my head back, by the way. Just so you know. You got a problem with that? Well, it's suck a lemon then. Because it sucks to be you. Darth Bandon was a no-named, nobody-nothing, worthless piece of garbage in KOTOR 1, who was like, "Mwahaha! I am so powerful, I will demonstrate it by killing my own men and destroying my own equipment as a way to demonstrate that I am evil and powerful." Mwahaha! And then he fought us and got bodied. Yeah, that's the whole joke, Evo, is this, after being such a blowhard, this is his fate. Yes, he was one of Malik's apprentices. Darth Bandon. What a joke. I hope some aspect of his force presence still exists. So he can be like, oh... If you follow the typical playthrough of KOTOR 1, yeah, he finds you at the bottom of Manon. Not on Manon, on the bottom of the frickin' ocean of Manon. Did you happen to see the Mortal Kombat 11 run, Alex? I believe so, yes, Loner. Don't quote me on that, though. So you know the fatality as Johnny Cage? Because that should be his oh my gosh, hello. Hey, Skavak, you're gonna need to, hire some new mercenaries soon. No, not that one, Mr. Ed. Although that's a good one, too. I was thinking of the one where he bisects them with a punch, and then uses their upper body as, like, a puppet to tell terrible jokes. The terrible jokes is what sells it, honestly. I mean, that'd just be weird without the terrible jokes. No, Uthor, not at all. KOTOR 1 is a good game, in my opinion. Has its flaws, and I do think it's... I mean, even though the review, I believe, is out of date, I stand by what we overall came to in the review. It was barely net positive because it's a very flawed game. That being stated, it was mostly unique more than it was good. Really, dude?
You didn't waste any time, did you, Captain? Bet you ran quicker than a Varactyl on hot sand. Not that it mattered. Yeah, sorry I can't be there in person, but my sweet little Neva is very sensitive to violence. Don't worry, though. My friends here will show you a good time.
Just give me the hyperdrive and I won't kill you.
You've developed a real talent for comedy. It's a shame the rest of the galaxy will never know. Captain, say hello to Sergeant Teutonian and his men. They were working freelance for the houses, but now they work for me. Sergeant has graciously accepted my contract, on very short notice, I might add, to vaporize you.
You should have stayed in bed.
Hit it, Ben!
Yeah, Skavik being pathetic is sort of the point, I think.
There. Better?
Like, he's not really our rival, not in any sense that matters.
You're either the luckiest shot in the galaxy, or those were some seriously unlucky mercenaries. I guess I'll erase this hollow recording.
Anybody who works for you dies. Got it?
That's pretty hard on employee morale, you know that? Look, I hate to cut things short, but I got a swanky new hyperdrive to install. Love that Arcanian tech. You take good care of the rest of my stuff, Captain. I'll be coming for it soon.
Yeah, Skavik's just a
found out
thorn.
what's happening. Sorry I'm late. The good news is, I tracked Skavik's ship to House Thul's spaceport. He must have gone there to finish installing that hyperdrive. There's still time to get him.
Is Skavik a fast mechanic?
He's handier with words than he is with a hydro spanner. The Empire controls House Thul. Skavik has landing clearance from the Imperials, but you'll have to sneak in on foot. Luckily, someone here owes me a big favor. I've arranged a meeting to sneak you inside that spaceport and get the hyperdrive.
What if I don't make it back, gorgeous? Will you miss me?
Don't be ridiculous. You always survive. Contact is at these coordinates. Oh, and there may be a way we can profit from this whole debacle. House Alda still wants the head. That pompous gasbag Pima Ahuf will probably pay anything to get it.
I'll see what he has to say.
He was willing to give up a custom-built Arcanian hyperdrive for that head. I suspect he'll say a lot. Good luck, Captain. I'll be waiting.
I don't know why I blade Jamal. No respect. No regard. Right, hang on, so... here, I think? No, maybe here. We'll try here. The previous music is Kirby. Specifically the SNES Kirby.
There. Better?
Hello again, Captain. I understand Skavik has escaped. I was, truly sorry to hear that.
I still have your head. Got anything useful to trade for it?
We got off on the wrong foot, didn't we? I apologize if I was rude before. You must understand, the head of Darth Bandon is a priceless artifact. He was the Sith Lord who murdered one of Alderaan's noblest sons. Centuries ago, Trask Ulgo bravely sacrificed himself in combat with Darth Bandon. Trask's martyrdom saved the Galactic Republic.
What keeps the head fresh looking after all these years?
When Darth Bandon ultimately fell in battle, Sith acolytes preserved and enshrined his head. Despicable people. Alderaan's current king is of the Ulgo family bloodline, and he reveres his ancestor Trask. The remains of Trask's murderer will be the perfect peace offering to our king. House Alda must have your head, so to speak.
I'll trade this head for a new Arcanian hyperdrive.
But I only had the one, and the Arcanian engineer who crafted it is long dead. Any payment in credits I give you for the head now will have to come from my own funds. I'm not a wealthy man. Please, I beg you, for the love of peace and posterity, please accept my offer of what little I possess.
Fine.
As long as I get a haul jets out of here, fine.
You are very gracious indeed, and a credit to your profession. I must deliver this head to Baron Alda at once. Thank you for your understanding. Farewell.
People. And yeah, I know I could have kept it, but why would I have done that? Shit. I don't want the head of a loser. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go.
Vehicle pads are currently...
I mean, the biggest problem with Legion's...
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Soundtrack is a song I don't even think I have on my computer anymore, which is, you know the one, right? The Legion song that just plays over and over. That one. Hate that song. Yeah, it's the theme song they use for fighting demons in an expansion called the Legion. So it plays way too often. Which is funny because there's 2 songs I hate in WoW. That's one of them because it's overplayed. The other one is which is from Vanilla, which is also overplayed and can go straight to hell. Hi, Aramis. Whoop. Where's Smuggler? Here we go. Give me a minute, Mr. Red, because we got to dig into precedents for that one. I actually really like Surmar's music, but I don't blame you for being overexposed because we spend a hellacious amount of time there. My first character in WoW ever was a human warrior because there were only 2 classes in the game and 1 species. I do need to go over there, don't I? God damn it. The first character I put any time into was actually an orc warrior named Rage Roar. Back in the day when cloaks had armor, and it was actually a significant part of your armor output. And armor was an extremely important stat, too. I know I can do this. Come on, almost. Okay. There we go. Just a few months there, Melkor. They were... the alpha of WoW really looked like Warcraft 3, and not in a good way. God. I actually put the game down for a bit, other than some testing stuff, because it was just like, oh, what is this nonsense? I would literally rather play a Warcraft 3 RPG map. Which I did, as it happens.
Think you're all right?
It was, in fact, J. Palmer.
There. Better?
Yeah, Warlords actually had a really, really good soundtrack. It's one of the better elements of the whole expansion, honestly. Legion? Like, I have trouble thinking of a specific zone or dungeon that has a really standout track in Legion. Oh no, assassins! No. Alright, right, so you asked me to look something up, Mr. Red. Hit the stream brakes. Because there's one of 2 things. Either that should have been in story, or something else, which I'm looking up right now. Give me a second. Is there any WoW music on my Zero playlist? Yes, actually. You gotta give me a second to find it, though. There's actually 2 songs in the Zero playlist from Warcraft. I've been debating a third one, but I haven't found like a specific iteration of the song that I want to be there yet. Oh, for God's sakes. So now I'm just getting distracted in like 7 different directions. That's what I thought. Just put it under story, Mr. Ed. It should be in story. It should be in storytelling mechanics. Everything tells me that it should be in storytelling mechanics. This one's literally just called Frostwolf Clan.
Chonky Faguta,
Chiho, we're coming to kill me. You arrived just in time.
What's wrong? You're too good to speak basic?
This planet is full of eavesdroppers. The few who comprehend this language, our business will remain a secret. I possess an Imperial transmitter that will send an all-access signal to Thule Spaceport security doors. You have full clearance to enter. Once inside, I recommend committing your crimes discreetly and getting out before anybody notices.
This is about justice, not crime.
Conchita.
Yeah, I'm sure. I expect Risha to turn over every recording of my vacation in Arshada. I'm sick of her blackmailing me. What kind of galaxy is it when a man can enjoy himself on holiday? Depends what were you doing on holiday. Favorite WoW class? Depends on which expansion we're talking. But the answer is Demon Hunter. WoW, along with most MMOs, has a common trend. The more modern the class design, the better the class design. That's not universally true, but it certainly leans towards being true. So, Demon Hunter is probably the best class in WoW. Followed by Monk, followed by Death Knight, followed by Hunter, and then everything else. Favorite raid? Oh, jeez. Easier to pick a favorite raid per expansion than just a favorite raid. Because there's so many good raids in WoW. Like, WoW's gameplay score is going to go through the goddamn roof because of the quality of its dungeon and raid design. And then it'll all be tanked when we do Molten Core. The other song, by the way, is this one. What? Oh, okay. Favorite raid in Roth? I mean, that's Ice Crown Citadel. That's an easy question. That's a big Jedi Consular face. So that dungeon is the Caverns of Time, specifically the Purging of Strathholm, Dr. Winter. I will probably give that a negative for how much you can't skip stuff, and then multiple positives for it being amazing. We'll figure it out, Orkona. I don't know where they are, man. There's no vector quest. What do you want from me? We'll figure it out. Somebody said I had to go do the Risha quest. I did the Risha quest. I do, actually, Uthor. But it's all ripped. And if you know anything about how WoW organizes its music files, you know what a problem that is, so you're going to have to be a little specific, probably. But I might be able to find whatever you're looking for. Thank you, Horient. Always appreciate. I will put that towards Riven. Give me a moment.
I think you're
now,
all right.
You want to hear the funny part? Uthor. The funny part is the way I was finding these songs, rather than going through the Warcraft playlist, which is gargantuan, it's like 4,000 songs, I pulled up my, what I call the For Tonight playlist, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's the music I feel like listening to now. Which songs are in the For Tonight playlist rotate in and out pretty regularly. I was already on For Tonight for listening to my favorite Warlord song and my favorite Vanilla song. There are only 2 BFA songs in the For Tonight playlist, of which this is one of them. I do love the experience gain. We're almost level 50 on Alderaan. We'll probably hit level 50 in the next world, if I were to guess. By the way, can you guess the other BFA song here, Uthor? Just out of curiosity.
There. Better?
That's the idea, Malachor. Win all those points! Dungeon and 2 bosses is correct, Mr. Red. By all means, anybody wants to guess, guess away. Hi.
Where's Skavik? I'd like to chat.
He took a shuttle off-world to get supplies. Please don't kill me. My name's Vondado Bremia. I fix starships. Never kidnapped me. 1 minute we were drinking Corellian whiskey at the cantina, the next I was his prisoner.
You got suckered by one of the galaxy's great con artists.
Humans are also adorable looking. I can never tell the good ones from the bad. I heard you and Skavik arguing on the ship's hull. You want the hyperdrive? Take it. The spaceport comm channel announced there's a shuttle leaving in a few minutes.
Give me the hyperdrive and you can go.
Hyperdrive's all yours. Thanks for freeing me. Actually, hang on. It's too late. Too late. Whatever. This is a tour review, The Crow. If that doesn't answer your question, then I haven't done my job properly.
Thank the stars. We're in desperate need, and you're the only one we can turn to.
Do I know you? One of the answers is, do I know you?
Everything was fine when I left.
I'm afraid events have quickly turned against us in your absence.
Duke Bayless was offended by your visit to our former home. He's demanding satisfaction. The Duke is sending his son, Zin Bayless, Alderaan's finest marksman, to challenge me to a pistol duel to the death.
Isn't House Organa protecting you?
The Organas think we deliberately sabotaged their peacemaking efforts by attacking House Bayless. They're refusing to intervene.
My brother never mastered the art of the blaster. He can't possibly face Zin. Unless we find a champion to take Lin's place, he's as good as dead. Please, will you be our champion?
What's the upside for me?
We'll reward you well to fight on my brother's behalf. Please come to House Organa at once. Zin will arrive any moment, and you must be here to meet him.
Alright, I guess. I suppose. So, the other BFA song I have on here is this one. And if I'm being completely honest, it's almost entirely because the first 30 seconds. I love that drum beat build-up. The rest of it kind of meanders a bit, because every login theme is actually a medley of most of the songs from the expansion, which is fine, but that initial beat is just awesome. Alright, let's see if I can figure out where the actual planetary primary is, shall we? Or secondary quests, or honestly anything. Favorite login theme? Okay, you're gonna make fun of me. It's probably the most typical favorite login theme that there is. I mean, I guess I was gonna go here first. Let's see that one. My second favorite is Kata, by the way. Hey!
Every move we make, Ulgo's got forces there waiting for us. Don't understand. I do.
I prefer square grids, Alex. There are benefits to the hex, but I prefer the square.
Why help the Pantiers? They left. The minute the Republic disagreed with them, they up and seceded.
The Pantiers ruled Alderaan for the past century. If they're still alive, no one takes the throne without their blessing. Ah, I was hoping you'd come. Commander Kakana spoke highly of your role in defeating the Killiks. How long were you listening? Are you aware of the situation with House Pantier?
Assume I don't know anything.
Alderaan's rulers have come from House Pantier for generations. After the last Pantier Queen's death, Boris Olgo invaded, slaughtered the entire bloodline. Until a few days ago, we believed he'd wiped them out. However, we have new intelligence that some of the Pantiers survived and are in the mountains.
Does this threaten our plans on Alderaan?
The Pantiers served the Galactic Senate for centuries. Our concern is for their safety. Boris Olgo is currently massing strike teams to finish what he started.
And the Republic wants us to risk our lives to stop them.
The Republic must stand against genocide, Captain Skov. But the troops I sent never returned, and our reinforcements won't be here in time.
I got a weakness for imperiled noble families. So much treasure and so few people to share it.
If the Pantiers survive, I'm certain they'll see you well rewarded. The Olgos will be staging their move into the mountains for the assault by Thranta. To track down the strike teams, look for their transports. Good luck.
Where's the previous zone? Out of curiosity. Or I guess which one is the previous zone? Might actually be a better question. Oh hey, it's a message from Nariel. I have filed a full report to the Jedi Council superiors regarding your cooperation on Tatooine. Grandmaster Shan was especially impressed with your defeat of the Sith Lord Zair and wishes to extend her personal gratitude. You showed great courage when you're dead. Although Jedi do not carry material possessions in the field, we don't? We do maintain a storehouse of items donated to us. Thanks. Meanwhile, Camus. Hope you don't mind my writing, but I wanted to say thank you for all you did on Tatooine. I know the SAS tried its best to protect me, but Fowler and I would be dead if it wasn't for you, and who knows what Zerka would have gotten away with. Today was my first day of private testimony to the Senate about Zerka's activities. More tomorrow, and then some public hearings. It's my whole life now. Fowler keeps telling me the SAS needs specialists to follow money trails. Maybe I got a new career ahead of me. Anyway, the company won't be closing down, but we caused them some trouble. Take care of yourself. This galaxy sucks.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Lunda. None of these places exist. You're lying to me. There's Thranta. Oh, there is. Landa Thranta. Okay, got it. Yeah, sorry, Malachor. I decided to side with the adorably innocent Jedi instead. I was thinking with the correct brain. Speaking of WoW music, let's see. Yeah, I only have... No, I have 0 Legion songs in the 4 Tonight playlist. It's kind of funny, actually. Not that I'm aware of, Alex, no.
Ulgo's forces are advancing, Lieutenant. You will hold that outpost, no excuses. Crescent out. Skies above, you bunch are a welcome sight. Major Crescent, 1st Organa Regiment. I'm in charge of holding this area against the usurper who calls himself King Ulgo.
From what I've seen, your side is getting its rear flank handed to it.
My men are holding their own, and I still have a few tricks more. All my forces are committed to holding back Ulgo's army, but an important mission has just come up. I need volunteers to invade an enemy stronghold and rescue one of my people.
I can't help unless you tell me everything, Major.
It's my daughter, Andra. She's been captured. Against my express wishes, she infiltrated the Ulgos, posing as a lowly servant girl. She thinks she's some kind of hero. A reckless little fool.
Your daughter is a very brave young woman.
Brave? It's lunacy. She has no training. That's why she got caught. 2 days ago, Andra transmitted an emergency alert. Ulgo jammed the frequency before she could reveal any information. I feared the worst, until my scouts picked up a distress call earlier today. It's a signal from Andra. She's alive.
The Force is with her, and now so am I.
You don't know what that means to me, Master Jedi. I've already lost Andra's mother and brothers to this war. If you save her, this recklessness must end. She won't listen to me, but you might convince her to abandon her foolishness. I'll reward you for that favor.
One mission objective at a time, Major.
Yes, of course. Andra's signal came from the estate of House Rist, not far from here. That filth Ulgo must have turned my daughter over to the Rist assassins for torture.
Are Rist and Ulgo allies?
They support Ulgo's claim to the throne. In return, he pays them to do his dirty work. Assassinations, torture, sabotage. Please get Andra away from those filthy killers. Good luck.
Just notice I also don't have any BC music on this playlist. Which makes sense. I mean, I honestly... There's some good atmospheric music in BC. But as far as songs I just want to sit and listen to, I can't think of any. This definitely feels like the way to go. Least favorite Warcraft soundtrack? I think we all know the answer to that one. Actually, unironically, I like the Warcraft 1 soundtrack. I'm not going to call it amazeballs or anything like that, but it's enjoyable to listen to. They did some decent stuff with the... OPL3 is what that was called. But if you want to know my least favorite song, that's easy. Pull it up here. No, that's not it. Listen, you want me to give a real opinion? I'm gonna need you to hand over all your money, Alex. Please don't. Please don't. The last time I joked about that, someone donated. There it is. There it is. Hang on. God, I hate that stupid song. This is Plaguelands. It also plays in the Fellwood. God, I hate this stupid song. Alright, moving on. Yeah, I'll give you something else instead. Of course, Zach Daft. But for Wesker, just send Thor in, call it a day. Alderaan is now Tristram. But in all sincerity, when I first played BC... Oh, Victory Lap should show into primary mandatory. Sorry, Mr. Red. It's a little bit more that than it is Princess Peach. Captain America. So... there were several points, and I can even point out where they were. It was when you go to Auchindoun that I actually thought they literally just took Diablo 2 music and pumped it into WoW. Because it is so similar. I don't even know what that is, Uthor. In fact, hang on. Give me 1 second. Now, here's the question. Is this WoW music or Diablo 2 music? They are different songs. Yes, unfortunately, Huthor is correct. This is Auchindoun. But just listen to this. Tell me this doesn't sound almost identical to the underground dungeon song that plays in D2 quite a bit. Oh.
That's far enough. One more step and the girl dies.
Oh, you're in trouble now. Told you I had powerful friends. She may not look like much, but she's killed more men than all you wrist combined.
I've spent enough time with the captain to know that isn't true.
Ah, my old friend Master Sanctimonious. How's the Jedi business?
I don't care who you are. You invaded the sovereign territory of House Rist and murdered its people.
Uh-huh.
You realize you're a dead man, right?
Fool! You face a master assassin of House Rist.
Congratulations, idiot. You're about to die.
Not before I end your life. Guards!
Oh, well, okay. Enjoy the death. Yes. Are you done? Oh. Sorry, I didn't even notice you. It's truly a master assassin. Alright, okay, so. Now we can murder her.
Sorry about all the nonsense before. I had to keep that flunky off guard. Nice bit of rescuing, by the way.
That flunky almost killed you.
Please, I had everything under control. Glad to see Father got my signal. Escaping by myself would have been a bother.
What did you find out from spying on Ulgo?
Oh, nothing. Just Ulgo's top secret plans to destroy House Organa. Here, take this. Give it to my father immediately. No time to explain, he'll understand. I'll find my own way out. My cover with Ulgo may be blown, but I can still be useful inside House Thule.
Okay.
This isn't a game, and you're a terrible spy. Stay out of this war.
Don't hold back, friends. Tell me what you really think. Can't say I've enjoyed needing to be rescued. All it's done is prove my father right.
Stop wallowing in self-pity.
Maybe you should reconsider your choice of lifestyle.
You might have a point, but I can't quit trying to help. Maybe I don't have to be a spy to make a difference. Get that datapad to my father. Lives are at stake.
This will eventually and periodically spoil KOTOR, yes. But not in any major way. This game doesn't really connect to KOTOR. And it actively contradicts KOTOR, too. There are some exceptions, though.
Welcome back. You're like seeing the sun after a long time underground. Andra contacted me from a medical convoy on the way to a safe zone. You have my eternal gratitude. You not only saved my daughter's life, you turned it around.
Andra said this contains vital intelligence. You should have a look.
She mentioned you were bringing a datapad. Let's see it. I recognize these coordinates. And that date. Blast Ulgo. How is he always a step ahead of us?
You need to remain calm.
I need to save our mission here, my friend. Listen carefully. An armored column is coming to reinforce our position. King Ulgo has learned of our plans. He hired saboteurs to destroy the armored column before it arrives.
Tell your armored column to turn back.
I can't. They're moving through enemy territory on calm silence. By the time I can reach them, it will be too late. The Risk saboteurs set up camp in some nearby caverns next to a bridge. They'll demolish the bridge as the armored column crosses it. We'll lose everything unless you destroy the saboteur camp immediately.
Okay.
I'm itching for some live target practice.
Kill them all, but do it fast.
I mean, there are some loose connections to KOTOR, but I'm not going to talk about them because they're literally spoilers. They're there. We'll get there. That's a good question, Huthor. Is this Diablo 2 or WoW BC? It's the same composer. Go ahead and just put those both under bosses, Mr. Red. I mean, I don't like plain chicken in general, Gumga. Reminds me of an old joke, which I forget how it goes, so I'm going to tell it terribly. Man, I just love my chicken plain. Oh, I didn't know you liked eating cardboard. But yes, this is D2. What you're saying, Evo, is that this game is KOTOR 3. At least that's what the developers keep saying and have said for, I think, like a decade at this point. That's a good question, Takoida. Although, I'm gonna follow up with an even better question. Why don't lightsabers just show up all over the place? in the hands of people who, you know, probably shouldn't be wielding them, but, you know, it's just a weapon. You can't tell me there aren't, like, Walmarts that sell lightsabers or something. I mean, they say that the Force is required to light forge them, to which I say, roll to disbelieve. I know, they do say that. They never really explain or elaborate, they just are like, yep, nope. You need to have the Force to put together a lightsaber for some reason. Because tools and machinery are just completely unheard of. Hey, Command and Conquer. And hello, Morganite. The crystals have varied in how rare and significant they are across both canons. In the current AU, there's the bleed thing. That guy, hang on, don't aggro that guy. Don't. Ah, it's too late. It's too late. That guy was holding a minigun out like this, like a pistol. It looked really funny. But there are other ways to procure gems, after all. Just to use a random example, in Shadows of the Empire, Luke is able to literally fabricate his own gem without knowing what he's doing with some relatively basic tools in like a month. And so on and so on. Not that any of this matters. One of the only things I'm actually decided on in the Star Wars rewrite is how lightsabers work. So, that's a solved equation at this point. Is that it? Are we done? We appear to be done. I mean, honestly, lightsabers as... yeah, sure. Originally designed would be extraordinarily useful utility weapons.
You saved House Organa's mission here. If I had a medal, I'd pin it right on you.
Tell you what, give me some credits and I'll buy one for both of us.
You're quite a mercenary, but I admire your results. One thing's certain, we can't afford another incident like this. It's time to implement new security protocols. If only Andra were here. Thank you again for all you've done. Goodbye.
I mean, you say that jokingly, Oreo, but I've gotten more and more into the rewrites. I've always done the rewriting thing, but nowadays I'm getting a little bit more official and professional about doing them. And the goal is to do many rewrites. The Diablo rewrite, that's a tutorial rewrite. You know what I mean? We're gonna save Warcraft and Star Wars for later. But we got all sorts of other things we want to dig our teeth into. Actually, it's funny you say that, Cashel. That's kind of what the lightsabers will be in the rewrite. See, the problem is, no matter how you think about lightsabers, they're dumb. Now, don't mistake me. They're cool. You know, it's an energy blade. Energy blades are cool. But the problem is, no matter how you work around it, there's some problem or another. I've talked about this all the time. Writing for me is a lot about being stuck. How is this being stuck? Huh? Why can't I fall? Why can't I fall? Thank you. That's just... okay, well, I was gonna go down. I guess we'll go around then. so writing is a puzzle, right? And so you do something, and then you think, well, that breaks all these other things. So you do so, it's you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I got to satisfy all these conditions at the same time, right? It's a puzzle. I've already covered PvP as much as I plan to, Zakar99. Which is to say, very little. Anyways, so no matter what I kept doing, no matter whatever solution I came up with for lightsabers, it would always cause more problems, just over and over and over. Until I finally realized the one thing that solved everything. So, it's actually really simple. Anybody can pick up and you know, bounce around a lightsaber and do whatever. But they can't ignite it because they don't have the force. The actual blade is a manifestation of your force energy. Quite literally, only force users can use a lightsaber properly because everyone else has nothing to put into the energy of the blade. This is also going to mean that the specific color and style of how the blade ends up working is going to be indicative of you, your personality, your perspective, etc. I will freely admit the idea actually came from Kingdom Hearts, but whatever, I don't feel bad about that one. And it's also going to be something that can be malleable. So, an idea I had, just to name a very obvious example, is Anakin's blade would change over the course of the Clone Wars, bit by bit, until he became Darth Vader, at which point it would shift substantially in a different direction. And actually, yes, Krenzler, I was going to say that the specific, let's call it cutting power, or tensile strength, or whatever you want to call it, of the blade, will directly be relevant to your current force output. That also means that if you're in some place that is force deprived, or you yourself have a limited ability to interact with the force, your lightsaber is going to be similarly diminished or removed. Listen, I've been saying Jedi should use guns for years, so you're preaching to the choir on that one, Morganite. Is that everything? I need to go to this one. And yeah, it just writes itself, exactly. I'm a little surprised they've never decided to go that way with it. But anyways, so someone asked if we're going to be doing the raids. Again, the answer is a really big no. You've got to be kidding me. There we go. Okay. We had to literally... Did you see that? We had to roll out of that. We had to just roll out to get out of there. We're not going to do raiding because raiding requires people. And that's how pretty much all our MMO reviews have gone. The only MMO that got regular reviewing on the rating is FF14 because FF14 has the roulette and the queue system. So, no raids. No raids in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that's also true, Alex. No raids in Guild Wars 2, no raids in WoW with a couple of exceptions, etc., etc.
Thank you for taking on those strike teams. I think that's the last of them. There aren't many who'd take on such a dangerous mission on short notice. The Republic owes you, but not half as much as House Banter.
I've yet to face anything I can't overcome.
I've received word from Kitay Pantir, the heir to the house. She'd like to meet with you. House Pantir's current location is well guarded and not common knowledge. But the brass is granting you temporary clearance to visit.
I will speak to her.
Thank you. The Pantirs owe us, you, their lives now. It's crucial this goodwill lasts long enough to get a Republic government on the throne.
Still sucking up, even after they turn their backs on the Republic in its darkest hour.
Politicians are like planets. They orbit around whatever glows the brightest. But that's the game here. If we don't learn to win it, the Empire will. Thank you for your service.
Anything wrong? Did you lose your master or something?
Hey, I'm here on my master's orders. She sent me to get help. Name C6N8.
Look, I ain't got much time, so I gotta know. You interested in helping me out or what?
Most protocol droids are a little more formal in their language.
My master didn't want no prissy, namby-pamby protocol droid working for her, so she reprogrammed me. I worked for a mechanic at one of the House Organa outposts. Olgo saboteurs snuck in, planted explosives on the primary transport ship. That ship tries to take off, and we got pieces of the crew scattered all over the countryside.
What's the problem? You know the explosives are there, just remove them.
It ain't that easy. Master found a kill trigger. One wrong move and boom! The only safe way to disarm the bombs is to get the deactivation codes from Olgo's war camps. Only they ain't handing the codes over just 'cause we asked. It's gonna get messy. That's where you come in.
Make me an offer, and I'll think about it.
You see any pockets on me? You want a reward? You talk to my master. Get the codes from the Olgo camps and bring them to the House Organa outpost. Give them to Celia Antares. Can't miss her. Prettiest gal around. And I wasn't just programmed to say so.
I know, right, Wenlock? Imagine if that was just a person. Yeah. My master didn't like how I was, so they reprogrammed me. Yeah. Anyways, I like this droid too. I like most droids, really. I'm not sure, DJT. I hadn't thought about it, but that's an interesting idea. Kind of Bleach-esque in that way. Evo really hates droids in Star Wars, and she thinks they should all be considered little more than slaves, puppets, and furniture, so don't mind her. Sweet, Damashi. I do love dying to falling damage. Way back in the day, there was an MMO called Asheron's Call. And in that MMO, there was falling damage. The more jump skill you had, and the more bludgeon protection you had, the less damage you would take from fall damage. How little? Well, let's put it into perspective, shall we? So if I jump from this height, I will absolutely die, right? But in Asheron's Call, I could be quite literally twice this height and jump down and be fine. Now, that's not just me talking about how AC is awesome. Was awesome. But I mentioned it because AC was my first real MMO. It's like my 5th actual MMO, but it was the first one I really devoted myself to. So you can imagine how wigged out I was when I got to other MMOs, which also had falling damage, which I was like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, thunk, and just death. Not prepared. That's about droid rights. So, yes. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way here. The easiest solution to the problem with droid rights is to make droids not sentient. I know that diminishes the entire point of the entire phrase droid effect, but it is by far the cheapest, easiest, and least messy solution to that particular literary puzzle. Ding. There's an MMO out there called Rift, which actually turned off fall damage for a while, and it became so popular they turned it back off after they turned it on again. Exactly, Evo. That is indeed the question. That would be the evil solution, Huthor, and that is actually an option. But I'll tell you this right now. If we do decide to keep droids as is, and memory wipes as is, unlike Star Wars, we're actually going to address that crap, because holy crap. I know this is a setting where slavery is commonplace, but Jesus. And done. Oh, let's not kill one more person. Yeah, isn't it funny? Ha ha. Droids don't have, you know... like, I don't even know what that was about, really. They want to be considered people, her. I haven't decided yet, Evo. As indeed, I haven't decided much. After all, the Star Wars rewrite probably isn't happening for a few years at this point. To be honest, the only reason we're talking about it is because we're reviewing a Star Wars game right now. That being said, if I was to do anything with droid rights, it would probably be something along the lines of sentient rights. What I mean by that is different interstellar powers would acknowledge the legal standing of droids differently than everything else. Now, you might think, oh, that's a good way to shorthand certain groups as being evil, and you're right. But actually, a much better choice would be to do it so that, say, in the Galactic Empire, droids actually do have rights and are considered full legal citizens. You might be thinking, why? Well, it's a nice, good, big PR boost, and it also gives them a huge labor pool that they can use freely. Oh, and by the way, considering so many rebellion people are from a lot of the old guard, I'm sorry, I'm just, what? From the old guard of the Old Republic, a lot of those people probably don't consider droids to be people. So it wouldn't be hard to imagine that certain members of the Rebel Alliance, or indeed that the Rebel Alliance as a whole, refuses to acknowledge droids as people in order to maintain their alliance with some of the old money that's keeping them functional. So the Galactic Empire can say, we're actually more progressive than the Rebels because we give droids rights. Hi, Crazy Horse.
Now is the time. The longer that tick is on the throne, the deeper he digs into Alderaan's veins.
I don't disagree, it's...
Our saviors! I'm truly honored to welcome you to House Pantir. I am Princess Katay, the closest excuse for an heir we have after that monster Ulgo's work.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
I need your help. Pull my family's butcher off our throne, and I will throw my support behind the Republic's choice of ruler. As I was telling Commander Bradell, conventional force won't win this. Boris Ulgo's army is a match for the Organas, and what remains of our Queen's Guard. The only chance is for a small force to enter our states and take the usurper on.
Stop being subtle and tell me what this involves.
Boris Ulgo's barricaded himself inside the throne room with his most elite guards. Kill him. As long as he lives, he's a threat.
That is not necessary. The man served the Republic for 20 years. Capture him, and he'll receive a fair trial off-world.
Boris Ulgo is a tyrant now. He deserves no mercy.
When he fought for us, he saved millions of Republic lives. Do none of those count when weighed against Alderaan?
If you are to face him, you're the only one who can make that choice. But do not trust him to yield the throne alive. This is the private access code for our house's inner sanctum. For what you've done, for what you will do. We must trust you with it. Use it to wrest that dog from our throne. And House Pantir will be forever grateful.
What you're saying, Malachor, is your pure evil. You know, I kind of suspected. It is good to have it confirmed, though. Hey, Evo, Malachor hates droids and doesn't want droids to have rights.
You see, Auric, House Organa brings with it some impressive allies.
I suppose so. There is an obvious air of accomplishment. Fine. Stranger, come here.
Please, Auric, where are your manners?
Her name is Samara.
I am Samara Organa, Special Ambassador to House Pantir. This is Auric Gwendon, Captain of the
Flirt.
Pantir Queen's Guard.
Flirt.
A word with you, if you will.
Hang on. We'll just do it separate.
You see, Auric, friend, I am Samar.
Alert.
Tell me your troubles, gorgeous.
My. Now you've made me blush. You could learn quite a lot from this one, Auric.
Yes, of course. Let me get to the heart of it then. It was the cowardly murder of Prince Gall Pantir, heir to the throne, that plunged Alderaan into chaos. Now, after many years, his suspected murderer has resurfaced. My house seeks evidence to prove the culprit's guilt and show that House Ulgo paid him.
A strong blow against House Ulgo.
We are of one mind, then.
House Organa is pledged to help our Pantir brothers capture and try this criminal. Unfortunately, the evidence we seek is locked away in Castle Pantir, now in Ulgo hands. We need someone to liberate it.
I'm paid very well to smuggle things, into or out of dangerous places.
I am grateful for your talents. And if it's payment you seek, you will not be disappointed. This could change the entire shape of the war. May the Force be with you.
I suppose I should mention that I don't agree, obviously, with regards to the Separatists and the war and the clones and all that stuff. But at the same time, I have to mention that I forgot that I was going to be having the Separatists not be using droids, because that makes no sense. The Separatists will be using clones.
Master Jedi, I've heard of all your work for House Organa. Please, can you come to our aid once more? The Ulgos are preparing a surprise attack.
I don't suppose there's any money in helping to stop this.
Yes, of course. House Organa always honors its debts. I'm a diplomat, sent here to represent House Organa. But since I've arrived, reports have poured in that House Ulgo is planning a surprise strike. Ulgo's forces are mobile, well-trained, and House Pantir is... well, what's left of them are bottled up here. Organa's armies will never make it here in time.
The preservation of life should be our utmost concern.
It's a relief to have your support in this, Master Jedi. The commanders of the Ulgo army are camped on the outskirts of the old Pantir castle. They'll have half their army camped around them. Take out the generals, and whatever they have planned will fall apart. Luck willing, it'll give us enough time to join with the Pantir in their defense.
Yeah, what's funny is the usage of the clones on the Republic side was always considered to be a twist. I know that sounds weird saying it nowadays, but remember that for the longest time in the EU, the presumption, vague, was that the clone masters were the bad guys fighting against the Republic. Now, the problem is, the more I think about it, the more that actually makes more sense to me. Swapping it, you remember I talked about the whole puzzle thing? Well, swapping the clones to the side of the Republic introduced a whole bunch of new problems. Now, it led to some cool storytelling, and it did. I liked the clones. But it caused so many issues that it's really a much better solution, in my opinion, to swap it right back. The droids... so, the Republic's military was faltering and pathetic, right? We need an army, and we need an army now. Droids are an obvious solution to that. The other side has been prepping for separation for years, and has more money than God. So they have the elite clones.
Celia Antares, I have the deactivation codes you need.
Yunaliska chananga wachi tospa, inikondinga.
You've been busting your hump?
Chananga wachi tospa, inikondinga. Tanjo Suzuka neko higa, ganoli.
Okay. Yes, the Kotar finality... see, that's the other thing. The droids really... Let me walk this back here for a second. Congrats, Mr. Red. And thank you. I firmly think that a properly designed droid would be an absolute death machine. But a properly designed droid would probably not only be very, very expensive, but take quite a bit of time and effort to design, make, test, build, and then mass produce. So... instead, we get battle droids, which are McDroids. Let's just call them what they are, right? Yeah, HK-47 and IG-88 are two perfect examples of what droids can be. Also true, Malachor. I should probably mention that all of this is still stuff I'm debating. It's just, this is stuff that occurred to me so obviously that it didn't even, like, I didn't even... I was like, of course we're gonna swap the droids and the clones. Long. It will, as all things will be, debated in the writer's room before we commit to anything, but you get the idea. It does amuse me that they introduced battle droids and then made them so pathetic and terrible they had to introduce super battle droids twice in order to actually make droids, you know, combat droids something that's dangerous. They did the same thing with stormtroopers, if you remember. Because we had stormtroopers, and then they were pathetic. It's like, well, okay. And how many different types of stormtroopers did they come up with over the years to come up with good stormtroopers? It really would, Cashel. Especially since, again, I'm okay with battle droids, the basic models, being the cheap, you know, the McDroids. The mass-produced garbage. There's a degree of logic to that. Especially for an organization that doesn't really have the financing and wasn't really ready to go to war and has a pathetic military. In fact, I know this isn't exactly canon, but do you mind if I read something from the Imperial Sourcebook? Which, yes, I have the Imperial Sourcebook right by my desk. Thank you for asking. Why wouldn't I have this book right here? Obviously. There's actually a specific line I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Here it is. So, one of these sections specifically is talking about how the military of the Republic sucked, right? And when I say one of these sections, I mean all of these sections. Several bits of this particular chapter discuss just how bad the Republic's military really was. Like, really, really bad. Under the Republic, the Navy could move in and put down unrest in the system, secure the knowledge and majority of the government species welcomed their intervention. But planetary governors had the right to call upon the Navy, and they would simultaneously petition the Senate if the forces were to be engaged for more than 7 days' time. And it just goes all in on just how absolutely pathetic and terrible it is. But here's the line I'm really amused by. That line is, if the Navy was rejuvenated from the rise of the Galactic Empire, the Army was revived from the dead. During the days of the Old Republic, the Army degenerated into a poorly trained police force with fancy uniforms who performed garrison duty on member worlds as a barrier between squabbling locals. The Navy's job was picking the Army up and getting it to its destination, and then picking up what was left. There was lip service paid to the concept of orbital support, but the Navy was stretched too thinly to afford sitting stationary for the duration of a surface campaign. The Navy also jealously guarded its starfighters, so the Army was denied any effective means of maintaining an orbit free of enemy spacecraft once the Navy departed. Morale was low, quality of personnel bordered on non-existent, equipment was yeah, it's this whole thing. I love it. I love it. So that is the Republic's military in the rewrite. Pretty much copy-paste. We're just going to make it Terabad. And if you want to know why, well, I could point to that book and how much I enjoy that idea. But the real answer is post-World War I. It makes too much sense to me that a floundering, decadent, corrupt, bureaucratical bloat that is the Republic's military would be a complete joke. Right? It just makes too much sense to lean that way. They would have so many obstacles from so many people in so many positions of power, all dragging things in all kinds of different directions, right? I'm not even talking about, like, actual corruption. Just, you know, all the crap that you have to go through to requisition, to organize, to set up, to fund, to repair, to supply, to support. Then you add in corruption. Then you add in people who are actively trying to sabotage. And what you have is a goddamn mess, not a military. Okay, we'll play the holo recording then. Game? There you go. No, no! Oh! And yeah, the Old Republic was governing a stupidly large portion of known space. One of the only things I liked... That's the wrong way to start that sentence. One of the things I liked... Let's get rid of only there. In episode 1 was the shot of the Senate Hall. Now, they didn't really fulfill what the Senate Hall should be in terms of writing and in terms of storytelling, but the visual storytelling of the Senate Hall was fantastic. I looked at that Senate Hall for the first time and my thought was, how does anything get done? And to which my mother said, that's the point. And it was just like, oh. Yeah. I'd probably eject that entirely, honestly, Malachor. I think that's an unnecessary addition for all the reasons I just said. I also agree with what somebody just said in chat. Who said that? Ograd. So in addition to the bureaucracy and the corruption and all the other crap, it makes entirely too much sense to me. Okay. There we go. It makes entirely too much sense to me that the Old Republic leaned on the Jedi. Probably not even on purpose. Just initially, they leaned on the Jedi. Because the Jedi were there. And they were helpful, and they're Jedi. So not only are they capable in combat, but they could actually help fix and solve situations that otherwise might require more complexity than a blaster. And Jedi are cheap. They maintain their own small forces, and they just kind of deploy. They don't require much. And Jedi are a very effective way to bypass the bureaucracy. They just go and do. And I think that escalated over time until the Jedi were pretty much the primary arm of the Senate, without even really meaning to. Again, not as like some kind of secret police thing, just because that's the way things naturally, mathematically ended up being. I also have to admit, as much as I enjoy the idea of the Jedi Order being incompetent, I probably want to tone that down a little bit in the rewrite. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta keep them as incompetent. That's just too iconic to Star Wars. We can't get rid of the Force, then we can't get rid of stupid Jedi. But I do think it needs to be toned down. Brought back into reality land a little bit. Yeah, exactly. I can't not define the Force. I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, exactly, Takoda. I know that fiction, I know this myself, too. We as writers have a tendency to lean on incompetence as a storytelling tool. And I think we lean on it a little bit too much. This is a hell of a... Look at this thing! This is gigantic! What are you doing with this space? God damn, this is the throne room of the Alderaanian monarchy? What is wrong with you people? You can build a starship in here. That's absolutely true. Jesus. Oh God, imagine the air conditioning in this place. Oh my God.
So, I wondered who would be the first to try for the seat. I didn't expect an off-worlder. Who sent you? The Organas? Those broken fools, the Pantiers?
Is that your crown? Because that is adorable. Did you get that at Burger King?
Never hurts to do the Republic a favor.
Has the Republic forgotten? I won the Battle of Rordak by personally boarding Moff Scepter's battlecruiser. What did the Pantiers ever do except abandon the Republic when the Senate faced a tough decision? The Pantiers' folly has allowed the Thuls to return. If I had not stepped forward, the Empire would have Alderaan.
Let's settle this once and for all.
To arms, men! Defend the throne! For Alderaan!
That took way too long to do. I mean, I know they were just doing it for style, but honestly, we could have killed you 5 times before that shield came up. And we probably should have. I'm hard to kill, Lord Malik. Are you sure? I'm not sure I have a lot of evidence of that. Oh, they're gonna kill the crap out of me. I accept my death. So, what was I doing? I guess I'm releasing. So, hang on, someone, how would I handle the clone trooper Jedi general relationship? Oh, I have no idea. Especially considering I'd probably get rid of the clones. Or rather, remove the clones from the Republic. What am I in combat with? Oh, a giant elite droid. A champion droid. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Of course, I can't summon in combat because this game hates me. Listen, they weren't slaves, they were just programmed from birth to be loyal to the entity that created them. I don't see the problem here. Another reason to not have drones, or clones. Yeah, sorry, the entity that bought them with money that they never followed up on, because what the hell's a paper trail? Oh my god, really? Why is none of this sharing to me? Why is none of this sharing for me? Just put it under primary mandatory. Let's just make it easy, Mr. Red. Okay. Hold on a second. Hi, Space Cadet. Yeah, I don't have credit for that one either. I think? Maybe I do. Except, no, I still have 0 of 4. Jesus. A pittance, Gum, as we've already complained about. And it will not let me interact with these, because I need to get that first. But if I don't get that, I don't get credit for it. Interesting. No, Evo, I refuse to ever allow you to ask a question again. That, PvP is minigames, yes. Where's that last one? There it is. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Now, if you don't answer your question in 5 seconds, Evo, then make another change to the Luvari. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is getting a negative, by the way. 4, 4.5. Accommodating for Twitch lag. About to die to the mob again. Hit the buttons that allow me to live slightly better. Of course you can force choke a drone. Why couldn't you? My definition is unsure because I don't really care, Evo. And I don't mean that to be an unkind thing. I mean that literally. I don't really have an investment in the definition. That being said, 1 of 4. Wow! So I need to actually go through and blow these up to get credit. That is terrible! Why does that not share? And each one spawns a champion mob, by the way. Like, I get you're going for some big epic battle, but this is terrible. This is not how you do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right as he's dead. I'm gonna res, please. What's the respawn rate on these things? They haven't respawned yet. Well, I'm at 1 of 4. Oh, hang on. I can pick up another ordnance. Looks like Orkona's at 0, and Vigilance at 0. And yeah, I bet you they don't respawn at all. Let's see if we can glitch our way to victory. Let's see if he'll talk to us, even though we haven't destroyed the generators. Even though we've destroyed the... Nope, okay, okay. Okay, that's cool. See you around, Vigilant. I think it's Vigilant. No. What's this thing about Spotify? Ha! That's funny. But no, I didn't see that. The exact name of this quest is Usurper. So hang on. No, it's probably completable, it's just probably going to suck. Wow. Failed mission, Usurper. Okay. That's new. Just immediate fail. Yeah, now Thule conquers Alderaan because of bad quest design. Whatever, this is a primary, so this is going under Republic. And see you around, Blade Taval.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's never good to see you, Corso.
Think you're all right?
I have no idea, Gum Gum. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, thank God we can do this.
So,
Go away.
You won't win the throne over the bodies of your victims.
What the?
So the crown, beautiful women, and piles of money didn't influence you at all?
I did this for Alderaan.
Uh-huh.
You have no right to judge me. This is my world, and I'll die before I see it in someone else's hands.
Okay, take two. I mean, we've heard at least 3 of him on this planet so far, so that makes sense. Hang on, I need to see what Evo's specific example was. Where magic is based on existing science, but the source of magic is whimsy-flimsy. It's fine, I need to be the one doing the thing, so I'll be the one doing the thing. And I brought out Corso. And then we gotta deal with these. No, I know you're not getting credit. It's the same reason I wasn't getting credit. That's why this is a negative. This is straight up bugged. And or badly designed. Take your pick. Whoever doesn't do it doesn't get credit. I noticed it last time. Nobody got credit. Except for the person doing it. This crest is bullcrap. And it's the culmination of the planetary primaries. That's even worse. This isn't some random side quest. Like, this is probably bad design. Poor Vanilla, which this effectively is, had a lot of problems like this. I'm actually surprised this is one of the first ones we've run into like this. This music is perfect for this, I agree. Sorry. Whatever. So, the 3 factions of Alderaan, right? Somebody asked me about that. So we've got House Thule, who are a bunch of idiots who think that by licking the Empire's boots, they could actually serve at the behest of their paymasters. We'll call them the Cardassians. Then we have House Ulgo, who are a bunch of idiots who think that the only way to moving forward is to forge their own future in a situation in which the two galactic superpowers are staring each other down constantly. Which is only going to work if they pull a Bajoran approach, which honestly they're not, so that's not happening. Then we got House Organa, the good guys, aka the people who are stupid. I have no idea what they're doing other than the fact that they keep trying to be like, we are the rightful rulers because we're cool. And while I would love it if being a decent person would actually involve you being in charge, the problem is House Organa has consistently not been doing anything necessary to maintain their power other than running and begging the Republic for help. Both Organa and Thule are running into the same problem. They both are willingly fighting a proxy war between two other superpowers.
That ought to fix you.
And they both think they can benefit from that, not realizing what being a proxy combatant means. And that's my opinion on the three. Any questions? Oh, right. And you can't even join the conversation because it doesn't show you as being done with the quest. God damn it!
You're making a mistake. I'm the only one with the strength to defend Alderaan against the Empire.
No one will judge you except by the evidence of your actions.
And when Alderaan falls to the Empire, and our people are sold into slavery, who will judge me then?
Lock him in restraints. There's a transport outside.
Alright, Evo, I'm putting you in charge as the hereditary monarch of wherever you live.
Congratulations. Not many people can say they brought down a king. Commander Bradell will want to thank you himself.
Report.
Oh, well, if you abdicate, then the next in line automatically takes it. Because, you know, it's a hereditary monarchy, obviously.
I hope you got a strong holding cell on the ship.
Oh, yes. I'm sure Boris Olgo was not one to go quietly. You've done more than the combined might of the Empire and Republic could. Freed the throne from Boris Olgo. But it will still be a fierce battle to keep the Empire from consuming this world.
Why is it that nothing's ever really over with you people? We won. Be happy.
You're right. You deserve, we all deserve, to celebrate this victory. I cannot hold you here any longer. Thank you for your service. Alderaan is one step closer to freedom because of you.
So Space Cadet asks how the Galactic Empire justified the destruction of Alderaan. And unfortunately, the answer is, I don't remember. They did come up with a reason. Maybe Malachor could help out, because he's usually better about the nitty-gritty details of that, but... yeah, I don't remember what excuses they came up with. Well, there's a whole system for that, Evo. So we just go up one step, and then over, and then down a step. So if you have any siblings, they're next. If that doesn't work, we go up another step. Like, it's actually funny, if you ever watch the if-then statement of Hereditary Discourse, it's kind of fascinating to watch. Because it's designed to go basically infinitely. Whoop, I just got really turned around. That's true, you could adopt Mr. Red, that would make it him a legally binding child, and therefore it wouldn't have to go up to go down. If your family disowns you, well, that sucks, because they're still the next in line. This is why you need to hold on to the throne, Eva. That's the whole idea here. I'm trying to force you to hold on to the throne. Yeah, I like to think the same thing, Blue Hero. Like, Palpatine probably doesn't really care about the deaths of millions or billions, but he probably looked at the Alderaan situation like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, what's the term for that, Crazy Norse? It's, living deceased or something like that. It refers to someone who is alive, but is legally considered dead and therefore invalid for the throne. There's a term for that. I can't think of it. Nope, that's not it. It's not disinherited. There's a term for it, and I can't think of it. Ah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
You're all right.
Well, okay, Evo. So what'll happen then, following the if-then statement, is let's say it goes up to your parents who are dead, and then down to their children who are dead, and none of them have any surviving family members. So that's all thing. So what it does is it goes up another step. Okay, so your grandparents are dead. Okay, well, no problem. We go and find how many of their living relatives up. If none of them are up, we go up another step to your great-grandparents, and so forth and so on. Like I said, the system is designed to propagate infinitely. Yeah, it will keep going until they find a cousin of yours that is still alive. Yeah, no, what'll actually happen in reality land is someone else will say, oh yeah, no, I'm, when, on her dying, her brother, you have a brother now, Evo. Her brother, on his dying bed, as he was being assassinated, said, "Before I die, make Bob ruler of this country." Ugh, and then he died. And I'm Bob. I'm the one who should be ruler. And I've got the documents to prove it. And I've got this person I've paid off to verify the veracity of these documents. I need to kill one commander. Where's Riker when you really need him? Ah. Listen, Evo, I'm just saying, accept the throne! So I talked about GMing earlier. I'm actually known among some of my players for being really good at coming up with no-win scenarios for my players. Not cheap no-win scenarios, actual no-win scenarios. I wouldn't say I'm proud of it, but every now and again I've pulled off a good one. And there's just that moment of satisfaction, you know, as the players realize, and they're like, "What do we do?" And then that's the whole point of doing that is, what do we do? You know, creating an actual dilemma. Instead of saying, you know, "Oh my God, we have to work for the patriarch. You don't understand. There's no other choice. There's no other option. He is it." Well, what about... No, listen, there's no other option. Just, nah. There's no... This is the only way. This stupid turret is still in the air. Why are you still in the air? Hang on. Okay, we're cool.
You're all right.
There is no other landing zone. Do you need help, Orkono? Sorry, I didn't see your chat until the last second. Do you need help doing that?
There. Better?
The Kobayashi Maru is actually named after a ship, the Kobayashi Maru, which is used in the scenario of the no-win scenario, which was designed to test a captain's adaptability and response to a no-win scenario. By the way, one of the things that I tend to... that I'm leaning towards in the Trek rewrite, and we've talked about this, during the STO run, is we're probably going to make the Kobayashi Maru scenario not one specific test that everybody knows about and everybody knows is coming. Because in my opinion, that completely defeats the point of the no-win scenario. If you walk into a test and you know what the test is, right? Instead, my idea is that it'll be effectively inserted randomly into one of the other many tests they'll be doing in the simulator, and that particular thing will dynamically be adjusted to adapt to them and to make it into a no-win scenario. Yeah, let me grab... Okay, if you're cool, Orkono. Let me grab Adonis. That works. How will Kirk cheat? It's a good question. Well, the first thing he's gonna do... Wait, it stopped. You saw that, right? You saw that. That's not just me. I'm not having a stroke. That turret was bouncing. This one, right there. Anyways, I'm not sure how Kirk will cheat, but he will cheat. And he will come up with a solution, and he'll win because he's Kirk. That really is the whole point of his character. Well, I'll come up with the specifics later, because I haven't yet.
You see, Auric, all is well. The evidence has been secured from Castle Pantier.
It seems so. I am pleased we will be able to prosecute the scoundrel who killed our beloved heir. Thank you, Fred.
Today, an egregious wrong has been righted. House Organa is grateful to you, and I am grateful as well.
I've never come to the aid of a more beautiful woman.
I don't normally blush this easily. You've done much to help forward an alliance between House Organa and House Pantier. Good day to you, friend.
He did cheat in the original timeline, yes. Ding 50. I was going to ask, what planet do you think we'll hit 50 on? Never mind. Here we are.
Olgo's commanders are dead.
Our scouts say Boris Olgo himself was heard raging when the news reached him. The Pantiers I've been speaking to are very, very impressed, not to mention my superiors in House Organa. I hope this gift in some way makes up for the risk you've assumed on our behalf.
Well, that's an interesting question, Crazy Norse. But see, the problem is you're forgetting the fact that Kirk does and has lost. Multiple times, actually. Hell, in Star Trek II, Kirk loses. It is Spock who wins that engagement. So in short, I do agree with you. I just think that Kirk's defining... Like, there's a lot of things that define Kirk as a character. But I think one of the biggest traits is that he does not believe in the no-win scenario. That he always believes there's something he can do, some way, somehow, and he strives towards that ideal.
Better?
Right? Where do you want me to go, game? I guess all the way back there? It's hard to tell. We'll go here. I agree with that philosophy in real life, by the way, so I admit I am actually biased towards that. It's not going to be a clean solution. It's not going to be a easy solution. But I'm a firm believer in the fact that there usually are solutions. Now, if you want to pay the price that solution requires, that's another topic, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, Blade Tribal. Screw reality. Screw the world. I got stuff to do. Balls! And that's my take on that. I'd say any questions, but I don't actually want to talk about it. So instead, I'm going to go duel a dude. The glory of House... Who am I helping? I don't even know. Well, I mean, I think you and I are also in agreement on that, Crazy Norse, because one of the things that irritates me the most about Voyager and Enterprise is that Archer is right. And Janeway is right. So, kind of with you on that. So, is Spock after Star Trek 3 Spock, or is he Spock 2 in my view? That's a good damn question, Cashel. But I'm cool with thinking of him as Spock, rather than Spock 2. If we can accept that every time you beam in Star Trek, that's actually you and not a copy of you, I think we can accept that Spock could copy himself into McCoy. I know that could be debated, I just don't care. I would rather think of it as Spock than Spock 2. Especially since I was almost assuredly
about to
the
start
intent.
without you.
Ah, House Tehran's champion finally arrives. Is this common thug truly the best you people could do?
Nice robes, pal. Sew them yourself?
Inform your simple-minded servant he should not speak. I have no compunction about killing your second first.
Draw.
You filthy mongrel! How dare you violate the rules of noble combat? The duel hadn't even started!
What about now?
Stop! Blast you! The duel is ended! You win!
Should I kill him? Should I kill him? Oh. That's right.
This duel was to the death, remember?
Aw, he starts at half health. If you do that, he starts at half health. That's actually brilliant. Why don't other quests do that? Down, boy. She was just cheering me.
You saved my brother's life.
You're welcome.
Not only that, you did it with style. Where did you learn to fight like that?
You know.
Little here, little there. Mostly I make things up as I go.
Ah, so you're classically trained?
There are no words to express our gratitude. This reward will have to suffice.
I'm glad I was around to help out.
The immediate danger has passed, but it's not over yet. My brother and I must flee House Organa. It's only a matter of time before House Bayless makes another move against us.
Why don't you come with me? It's probably safer.
For us, but not for you. I'm sorry, but it's better if we go. Captain, we will always remember you as our champion. Farewell.
I've been trying to figure out what I don't like about her outfit, and I think it's the fact that it looks really fake. Like, it's just... It looks really uncomfortable. And it also looks like it's way too tight. And just, I don't know, it's got the... Yeah, it's got the plasticky thing, like the texture is wrong. Oh. It also has this weird cape thing hanging off of her rear, so that's whatever. Yeah, that's part of why I'm bringing that up, Malachor. I hope it looks better in other colors. Of course, oh my god. What I need to do is I need to see what that actually looks like on my character, which unfortunately is going to involve getting on my character. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Is it the ship? Let's go find the ship. Will the economic impact of Alderaan's destruction be? I don't know. What do you think the economic impact would be if we wiped out France from real-life Earth? What's this? Oh, that's Ilum. I have an Ilum quest. And a Hut Cartel quest. But yes, if we do end up destroying Alderaan, the impact from that should be colossal. Like, absolutely colossal.
I've never been so happy to see a starship heart in all my life, but I'm even happier to see you in one piece.
That was the craziest run I've ever made.
Then you haven't made the Varsunian run of Palking 14. I have to hand it to you, Captain. You not only took care of business, but you made Skavik look like a fool.
I just wish we could have settled this once and for all.
Living well is still the best revenge. I don't know about you, but I'm having the time of my life. I'm glad we're done here. It's funny, I can't help thinking Nock Draen would have hated this world as much as I do. Legend is, Nock was descended from royal blood. They say that's how he got to be king of the galactic underworld before he died.
How did this guy wind up worm food?
Every spacer, pirate, and gangster from Abrogado Ray to Yavin has a theory. Some say he was shot in the back by a Rhodian. Anyone who actually knew Nock will tell you that's ridiculous. Others say he was killed by his most trusted lieutenant. A few say he died in his sleep.
What do you think happened to him?
I think the galaxy is full of people with too much time on their hands. I try to ignore them. It won't take long to wire the Arcanian hyperdrive to the ship's engines, and the anti-radiation shield will be a snap to build.
Is there some reason I need anti-radiation shielding?
You could never have too much protection. Didn't they teach you that in freighter captain school? I'll have those upgrades online in... wait. Hang on. Oh, this ought to be good. Hello, Skavik. How's Trix?
Just fantasizing about killing you and your friends, sweetheart. Want to hear the details?
Keep your disgusting thoughts to yourself. There's a lady present.
Boy, does she have you fooled. You're a first-rate sucker, Captain.
Haven't you learned yet, Skavik? Cheaters never win. We're leaving Alderaan with all the prizes, and you're, well, stuck being you.
Have fun while it lasts, kids. The end of the ride is coming soon.
You know that old saying, it never rains but it pours? Today it's pouring holocalls. I'm getting one from Tatooine of all places. Jaren, I haven't seen you in forever. I'd love to catch up, but this isn't the best time.
Someone took Aldila. Said I'll get her back in pieces if you don't come. Pieces! You have to help me.
This guy a friend of yours?
I've known him and his wife since we were kids. Jaren, I won't let anything happen to you or Adila. Calm down and start over.
When I came home from work, Adila was gone. There was a man waiting for me. He said unless you want to be responsible for Adila's death, you'll meet him at an old Zerka mining complex in the Chini Rift. I don't understand, Risha. Why is this happening?
It's a trap, obviously. But my odds of surviving and getting Adila back alive are a lot better if you help me spring it.
I like your sentimental side.
Enjoy it while it lasts. I only show it once a year. Jaren, stay on this hollow frequency. Let me get in touch with some contacts. We have to play this smart.
Yes, Skavik has officially outworn his welcome at this point. He's been the entirety of Act 1.
I dug up everything I could about the Chini Rift and that Zerka mining complex. I'd say we've got a 50-50 shot at coming back alive.
That's your idea of good odds?
Considering how the rest of our trip has gone, it's not bad. Chini Rift has more holes in it than a chunk of Biss cheese. The Zerka mining complex sits over a network of caverns. Zerka sealed the complex's mine shaft when they left, but didn't bother with the ore processing chute. You can use that to get inside.
And then what? That man will kill Adila if we try anything.
I'll keep this mysterious kidnapper distracted by surrendering to him, while my friend sneaks up behind.
I don't like this. Using women for bait? What kind of man allows that?
I will smack you, sir.
Are you getting sweet on her? Is that your problem?
I don't even like her. Doesn't mean I want to see her hurt.
If you care that much, Corso, feel free to jump in front of any blaster bolts coming my way.
What can I do to help?
Nothing. I'm not explaining to Adila how I got you killed. Just wait outside and be ready to give her a kiss. I marked a route through the caverns to the ore chute, Captain. I'll give you a head start to get in position.
God damn, Corso. Piss off. Alright, to Tatooine. So Gum Gum asked a random question which I don't understand. Would I agree that human beings aren't disabled, but technology is disabled? Like, unless you explain that, my answer is going to be a fairly default no. People can and have been disabled in multiple ways. I've seen it myself, and I've been it myself. So, yeah, you're going to have to explain that one a bit. And yeah, I'm actually still thinking Brunmark and Skadge are some of the worst companions. But Corso is very quickly crawling up to be that number 3 slot for me. Good God. Someone said something that I wanted to respond. They didn't put it in the queue. They just asked in chat. Alderaan's destruction is terrible for the Empire. You're absolutely correct.
There. Better?
If we do destroy Alderaan, I was thinking making it a little bit more rogue. A little bit less, like less of a deliberate, and more of a, I don't know, Maybe the weapon didn't fire the right way, or maybe Tarkin decided to go against orders, or something, right? Maybe most of the people involved in the shooting of the Death Star didn't actually know. You know that one story about the one dude who hit the button? One of my favorite little side stories in all of Star Wars. And about how he didn't actually know what the target was until people started calling him the killer of Alderaan.
We live in a giant wasteland. Let's build everything really far apart.
I don't know. Point being, I think we could work around that a little bit. I've already said flat out that the Death Star is going to be different, and I've already showed you how. All you have to do is see the movie Rogue One to see how I would do the Death Star.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
The middle one, which is this one. Oh, it would still be a horrific disaster. I'm just saying, literally vaporizing a planet is insanity. Honor Harrington is always good! Exclamation mark. Hope you enjoy the relaxing period. Really? We could also... That would be messed up, Rama. Getting rid of the Killiks is easy. And it's done. Well, I am streaming, of course, comma. But I was debating what else I could do, period. I did already have some leftover cake this morning, comma. That was nice! Exclamation mark. But yeah, let's be clear. Even if we tune down the Death Star, which I totally do intend to do, cracking a freaking continental plate is probably going to kill everyone on that planet. And that's still going to cause a level of devastation to make that planet effectively non-habitable forever. So, it retains all of the devastation. It just brings it down to a little bit more believable territory. Oh, right. I remember that. Oh, this is just out in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? Yeah, Star Trek would have trouble recovering from that, and their terraforming tech is stupid. Star Wars doesn't really have terraforming tech that I've seen. I mean, they probably do somewhere. Not at that level. Yeah, that's true. Tatooine might be worthwhile. I don't know, J. Palmer. Someone would have to do the math.
That ought to fix you.
We all know I hate math. I am in combat with something. You're right, it would actually make it more horrible, Space Cadet. People would be able to see... You've seen Rogue One, right? People would see the oncoming plate of Earth coming towards them. They would know their death is coming. Everybody not at the actual impact point would be aware of the death and its approach. Some people might be able to escape, too, depending on how long that takes. But, yeah. Just, ooh. So it is better. Cannot change it. Friggin' sand people. Die. Speaking of things that need to be genocided. A setting that can create a planet? Master of Orion 2? Except that doesn't really qualify. Because even that requires another planet, so that's just superior terraform. So, yeah, Halo. Any of the ridiculous teched ancients in various settings can create planets. Because of the aforementioned ridiculous tech. I mean, what's the thing that makes Halos in Halo? The Ark, there you go. Oh, it's totally more merciful, Evo, but I'm still not going with it. They must suffer as they die, screaming! Any questions? Reloaded and I were having our usual rewrite meeting last night. Excuse me, 2 nights ago. It was Saturday. And we were discussing the Diablo rewrite specific. And in the middle of discussing story ideas, he paused at one point and was like, have we gotten too grimdark? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, we're talking about some really dark stuff. And I was like, yeah, it's Diablo. Yeah, but we're talking about some really dark stuff. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not going to tell you, Evo, until I ask you to draw it. In which case, please draw it. I'll give you confetti. I don't have any cookies. Yeah, let me just... Oh, there we go. I'm good. I'm good. Everything's cool. That being said, I did veto him on making Leoric's kid like a 5-year-old. That's a bit too much.
Oh, the simple girl who caused His Majesty so many sleepless nights.
There's nothing simple about me.
And I'll see to it your torture and execution are as complex as possible.
Risha, what are you doing here? Let her go, and you can do whatever you want with me.
Unfortunately for your Togruta friend, I'm to leave no witnesses. Besides, this planet offers precious little else in the way of entertainment.
I'm having a blast myself.
You were instructed to come alone, Risha. I don't know how this fool slipped past our perimeter, but he won't save you.
This fool is the best shot in the galaxy. How good are you?
I swore to my liege you would die here, and I keep my oaths.
What's all this about a liege?
I'm delighted you'll die ignorant. Kill them!
Adila, get down!
They're not even elites. I've literally killed better sand people on the way in here. Thank you, Bragwin.
You're all right.
Always appreciate you. I will put that towards bounty hunter. Oh, there's more assassins? What? Are they coming out of the walls? Jesus. Go away. Plans for the Tuscan? Yeah, we're probably gonna wipe them out. All of them.
That man kidnapped me because of you, Risha. He was going to kill us both. Why?
It doesn't matter. I'm sorry for what happened, but it's over.
You're sorry? He held me prisoner for days, threatened to kill me, and you're sorry?
Adila, when I heard the shooting, I thought...
You thought wrong. Show her how happy you are to see her.
Never letting you out of my sight again.
That's actually a surprisingly good kiss animation for the limitations of the engine.
I'm all right, Shuren. But I never want to see Risha again. We're done.
I just risked my life for you.
She wouldn't keep a secret without good reason, Adila.
I promise I'll explain everything to you someday. Have I ever let you down?
Risha told me you're like a sister to her.
We've been through a lot. That's what made this so horrible. I need to get off this stinking planet. Get a bit of distance, think.
Here, take these credits. They'll get you off Tatooine. Help you start over someplace better.
I'll want that explanation someday, Risha. I'll let you know where to find us.
I hope so. Thanks for taking care of these scum, Captain. The galaxy is a better place without them.
I have a lot of unanswered questions.
Don't we all? They'll have to wait for another time. We're done here. See you back at the ship.
Really? Okay. And then I shoot her in the back. Except she's a companion, so I can't shoot Risha. Thanks, BioWare. Let's see, one thing that the extant factions can't pull off. Yeah, making black licorice actually tastes good.
Welcome back, Master.
I'm pretty sure she's legit. She just needs to start talking and stop being, you know, coy. Anybody who's coy must be executed.
We only have one delivery left to make, Captain. Set course for Nar Shaddaa.
I thought we'd finished our business on Nar Shaddaa.
I needed time to set up this deal. I'll explain when we get there.
Okay. Cool. Anybody who is coy, Evo. I could act, but I won't. Black licorice must taste terrible.
Have to give credit where it's due, Captain. You've done an amazing job delivering this cargo. I always knew you would.
I could do lots of amazing things for you, if you'll let me.
You're also not easily discouraged. No one has ever come as close to finding Noctrain's riches as we are now. How will you spend all that reward when you finally get it?
I was thinking I might hire an army of Wookiees.
What you lack in practicality, you make up in style. Your last job is taking the men and the carbonite to these coordinates. It's a restricted area. Only us and the buyer will be there. That's right. I'll help you negotiate this deal personally, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll do most of the talking.
Who are we going to be dealing with?
I'd tell you if I could, but this particular buyer prefers to remain anonymous. I'll run ahead and make sure everything's in place. Meet me there with our friend in the carbonite. Use this access card to enter the restricted area. I'll see you at the delivery point.
Oh, back to frickin' Nar Shaddaa. I guess we'll switch down here. I mean, an army of Wookiees really should be a terrifying force. I know, Damashi. Listen, Act. When I said no horrible things in the extant, exist in the extant, I had to come up with some exceptions, right? Otherwise, how could I be in it?
That ought to fix you.
Where am I going with this? Doesn't even say. Of course it doesn't. Hey, Dream Whisperer. I mean, no, Evo. But someday. I think Tor's respect system is positive worthy. Yes. But probably only one, I'm thinking. Because of its limitations. Where are you taking?
Select an available travel route.
I love how I have to go to the flight path to see where it's sending me because it won't sell me on the map. Jesus Christ.
There.
I mean, if you can't tame a sun, then you're just doomed, right, Gum Gum? Eventually. I mean, if you can't beat the heat death of the universe, what are you even doing? I mean, Wookiees are pretty high tier, but admittedly, they probably need some kind of armor. Or shields, or both. Frickin' despair waves.
That ought to fix you.
This is a big moment, Captain. Bigger than you probably realized. I've waited 10 years for it.
Is the fish head our buyer?
Hold up.
Not exactly.
I want to see that dialogue.
This is a big moment, Captain. Bigger than you probably...
Is this the part where you stab me in the back?
After all this time, you still don't trust me? There's hope for you yet. Dr. Chayla, let's introduce the captain to the man in carbonite. Begin the procedure.
Initiating carbon thawing and resuscitation. No, probably a lot slower and more periodic.
How long has it been?
Dun dun dun!
I'm sorry it took so long, but I finally have everything you told me to find.
Come closer, Risha. Let me see you.
I'm different now.
Not that little girl constantly underfoot. Now you are my heir, my legacy.
Captain, meet my father, Nocdrayan. I believe I've mentioned him once or twice.
Yeah, if you ever wonder why she talked him up so much.
I never believed you were really dead, Nock.
Then my daughter wasn't doing her job properly.
Sorry I wasn't completely honest, Captain. I promised Father when he entered Dr. Chayla's hibernation treatment I'd never tell anyone the truth.
You're a good liar. I'll give you that.
Trust is a vice for the weak. I learned that the hard way. 10 years ago, one of my lieutenants deliberately infected me with a disease. It's deadly, incurable, and eating me alive.
What happened to your henchman?
Dead, of course. I killed all my men. Just to be sure I avenged myself on every traitor. I've done everything to stop this disease, but it's never been enough. Soon, the illness will consume my vital organs.
Rumor is Jedi can heal anything.
The Jedi proved uncooperative. I killed 3 trying to learn their secrets.
Nice guy.
But that is not our present concern.
I lied about my father, Captain, but not his lost fortune. That's real. And thanks to all those starship upgrades, it's yours. You have the only starship in the galaxy equipped to travel where the fortune was lost. No one else can reach it.
There is a region of space beyond the Outer Rim, called the Long Shadow. There are no stars, no light, no life. Just a derelict starship drifting into a massive black hole. My fortune waits for you there.
I'm sorry. Did you say massive black hole?
Few spacers have seen the Long Shadow and survived. They describe it as a vast darkness, slowly consuming the galaxy. I will give you the coordinates to the derelict vessel. You'll fly into the Long Shadow and board it. Retrieve the vessel's reliquary and bring it here. Risha will take a single item. The rest is yours.
Remember, bring me the lamp. The rest of the treasure is yours, but the lamp is mine.
Tell me about this single item Risha gets.
A simple piece of ornamentation. It has no value to you. My daughter will stay here. I have things to tell her, and my time grows short.
Be careful out there. I've gotten used to seeing you.
I'll always come back for you, Risha.
The derelict vessel is at these coordinates. Go now.
Let's say now I got to bring everybody on board my ship. So let me get to here. You know what's funny is I'm not really doing it on purpose, Mr. Red. It's just kind of happening, which means the options I would naturally pick while playing this game are the ones that piss Corso off. Huh. I feel like that says something. No, the maw is the black hole field that contains the mother. Frickin' Abeloth. Ooh. Oh god. Being a female smuggler on Corso, that's gotta be terrible. Wait for a second for other people to show. Oh, stretch. Super stretch. Oh, super duper stretch. Destroy the universe stretch. There we go. The mother, Kressler. Although, again, her name is Abeloth, so it's whatever. You know, that looks simple, but I kind of like that armor. Blue, silver, and black go well together. Of course I am, Gum Gum. Either that or I'm going to completely restructure them to the point where they're not recognizable as their original forms. Why not? You just hate me, Malachor? Is that what this is? Trek doesn't really have a creation myth. I don't even see you, Malachor. Ah, you're in a different Nar Shaddaa. We're in, we're 1. We're in 1. Star Wars also doesn't really have a creation myth. Yeah, Corso, let me explain briefly why Corso pisses me off. It's not the farm boy, it's not the simple, and it's not the stupid. All of those can be done properly. It's the fact that he's... He says he has a lot of respect for women. And that's not true. What he has is a very specific, this is what women are, even in the face of reality, and everything else should bend to that. I mean, yeah, he's sexist. Let's call it what it is. But yeah, he very much segregates. Yeah, hang on, I'll switch to 2. Give me a sec. I just need to remember how to do that. The PvP one? No, I'll switch to 4. Which is where you were.
That ought to fix you.
He very much thinks females should be completely segregated from males. Which... dude? Like, I mean, literally, there was a dialogue earlier on in the very story arc where he's like, I just don't think it's okay to hit a woman. Under any circumstances. In a situation... Or, no, sorry, to kill her... Yeah, no, to hurt a woman. In a situation where a woman actively tried to kill us and had just murdered our and his friend. Like, under those circumstances, he thought what we did was unacceptable. Not because of fairness, not because of the fact that he was going for justice, not because he doesn't think he thinks killing is wrong, but solely because of the fact that she is female. By the way, I didn't say this earlier. Hi, Psychotic. I haven't seen you in a long time. What's up? Let's see, Orcano. He's been playing Tor. Aha! That explains it. Yeah, you see my problem, right? That's why he is at least 1 negative. I mean, possibly more than 1. I haven't decided yet. We still have to do his story arc after all. And remember, he's the guy we're saddled with as our primary. Oh, Orcano's already on the ship. Okay, cool. In we go.
Welcome home, Master. I hope you find your vessel a model of efficiency.
One of these days I'll get used to navigating this stupid ship. Oh, Jesus, I don't even want to think about what his romance is like. That's just gotta be terrible. You know what? I trust you enough, Malachor, to give a negative to Corso's romance right now.
There. Better?
Done. Negative to story. Corso's romance. Not Corso. Not Corso's story arc, just the romance.
Hull integrity failing. This vessel is entering the Singularity's event horizon.
I'm thinking we should make this quick, Captain.
Did I ask you to speak?
Sure seems that way.
Vessel disintegration imminent. All crew advised to abandon ship.
No, Mr. Red, I do not. You have entirely too much of a tendency to try and meme or make jokes for me to just take something you say as writ for the review purposes. Now, if you tell me that Head-On is a good game, I believe you. But that's because I played that game. Now, if you tell me Head-On is a game that could use a bunch of voice acting, well, I was thinking about that, and honestly, what should probably happen there...
Warning. Hull integrity failing. This vessel is entering the Singularity's event horizon. Vessel disintegration imminent. All crew advised to abandon ship.
It's probably something more like Head-On actually needs voice acting, so... You know, as in put into the game, not as part of a theater. That's different. Well, people in chat have been telling you, Evo, if you've been paying attention. I've actually seen a little bit of it myself because a friend of mine played a female smuggler. And yeah, he licks the ground you walk on. Pretty much no matter how you treat him. After all, you are female and can do no wrong. He also thinks... So I've seen a cutscene. Now, I don't know which set of dialogue options led to this, but it boiled down to...
Warning. Hull integrity failing. This vessel is entering the Singularity's...
It boiled down to, we should be together. Now, I'm saying that wrong, but it wasn't like you're cute, or we have some chemistry, or we both like each other. It was, we should be a couple, was the intonation. And it was just... Yeah, it's in the stars. Yeah, you get it. You get it. It's just, what? Okay. Now, thankfully, Ventures isn't donating right now, because I don't think I can take that. Like, I might have to destroy Ventures if he were to donate right now.
There. Better?
Yeah, he doesn't take well to being friend-zoned.
Entities identified. Beginning mandatory royal edict playback.
I, King Eric Drayan III, find my throne under attack. Traitors aim to take what rightfully belongs to me. The wealth of Dubrillion will not fall into the hands of my enemies. Instead, I will remove it from their reach. My royal executioner droid will sabotage this vessel's hyperdrive and exterminate you, the crew, to ensure there is no rescue. You served me well in life. In death, you will serve me better. Goodbye, my subjects.
Well, that's extremely messed up.
Royal edict playback complete. Initiating execution protocols.
Stand down, droid. Your ruler sent me here.
Internal chrono estimates King Eric Drayan III has been deceased 106 years. Your statement is unlikely.
I knew this conversation was gonna end badly.
Executing. Now.
Oh, okay. Load! Sorry.
Warning. Hull integrity failing. This vessel is entering the Singularity's event horizon. Vessel disintegration imminent. All crew advised to abandon ship.
You gotta admit, in a setting with space travel, it's a special kind of screw you to take all your wealth and resources and just toss it into a star or a black hole. Be like, yeah, nobody gets this. Like, we've had the burning of Alexandria or whatever, right? Imagine taking all that, like a whole massive archive of tons and tons of information.
Hey, Captain. Bet you're surprised to see me.
And just tossing into a black hole. Hi, Skavik.
How the blazes did you get here?
I hitched a ride on the only ship that could make this trip. Yours. See, I've always believed if you can't beat him, join him. And then beat him. So, I stowed away back on Nar Shaddaa. Funny thing about Wookiees, they got great big lungs. It only takes a couple of breaths of happy gas to knock one out.
Note to self, invest in some better locks.
Oh, you won't be needing those anymore. I want to be civil about this. Sure, you've made my life miserable, but I don't hold a grudge. Really.
You should have quit while you were behind, Skavik.
And miss all this fun? Not a chance. Bottom line, there's nothing you have that I can't steal.
I'll always be more handsome than you, Skavik.
The ladies already love me. Why tamper with perfection? Enough witty banter. Time for you to die.
You're kind of pathetic, Corso, but I suppose I shouldn't expect more from you. And he is dead. It's okay. We deliberately left him alive so he can stay behind on the ship when it goes into the black hole. He'll be alive for the rest of his life. Okay. Oh my god. I hate this ship. There it is. Well, I have to use the ship's intercom. Right. I know where that is. There it is.
Captain, I've been meaning to ask.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you happen to, when you fought Skavik, was Torchy there?
I'm keeping Torchy. Here.
She's all yours, Corso. Use her in good health.
Oh, Torchy! It's good to have you back, girl. I'm not letting another man touch you ever again. Thank you, Captain.
You have a wonderful talent for making that sound creepy, when it probably shouldn't. Like, even if you just restructure that sentence slightly, I'm never letting anyone else touch you again. Might have been better. Or, I'm never letting anyone else use you again. Might have worked as well. But no, you had to go with, I'm never letting another man touch you again. You had to add that little flavor of, oh my god. I'm not ignoring you, by the way, Ventures. I want to finish this quest arc. We're already well into the lunch break range here. I mean, that makes sense to me. A lot of people personify things. Me too. I mean, this is a female shark. That's a male shark. That one's male. That one's male. But that one's female. He's a guy, but she's a girl. I do that too. That doesn't bother me that much. You know what really bothers me? I have a weird feeling. Anti-quick travel. Quick travel does not work here. Why not? I have a really weird feeling, the Leafeon is female, that they didn't want him to be a hate sink. He just is. Anybody else get that vibe? That he wasn't supposed...
I think you're all right.
...to be, you know... Listen, what goes on between him and his gun and his private bunk is very much none of my business. But I'm going to need some extra strength bleach. That's sort of my point, Evo. They really went the extra mile to make him as creepy as possible. When, you know, they could have done any other direction with that. The more I can do, the disease has spread to your heart.
I wasn't using it anyway. Besides, our captain has returned.
You made it.
Open this thing before it's too late.
Give me the reliquary. I want to see these treasures before I die.
The Long Shadow was quite a place. I have no plans to go back.
You've seen the end of all things, Captain. The darkness waiting to embrace us. I'll enter the code my father taught me. And there. Such a simple act to fulfill a lifetime of effort.
Congratulations, Captain. Nock Draen's lost fortune is yours.
With one exception. Take the crown, Risha. Claim your birthright. Restore the Draen dynasty as rulers of Dubrillion. Wear the crown and rule that world.
We were talking about monarchies earlier. Star Wars has a lot of monarchies, like way too many.
Your whole crazy treasure hunt has been to get some kingdom back?
Our kingdom. And revenge on the usurpers who stole our throne.
Remember those assassins on Tatooine? They were sent by the current king of Dubrillion to end me.
What you need is a new king. And I know just the guy.
You're volunteering? I'm shocked.
This conversation is absurd. My daughter will marry a nobleman. If you're going to rule a world, Risha, you'll have to do questionable things. This is my final lesson to you. In the grand scheme of things, one spacer is meaningless. Keep the reliquary and its wealth. Kill him.
Your daughter likes me too much to kill me.
Emotions are a distraction, Risha.
Father, no. The captain is a good man. I care about him.
You, useless child, spent too many years without my guidance. You're weak, powerless. Everything I've done, the blood I've spilled, for nothing. This is not how it's supposed to end.
I was gonna say, that's probably a horrific death. His heart is rotting from within.
Dispose of my father's body as he instructed Dr. Chela. You are released from my family service. I'm sorry you had to see that, Captain. My father was sick.
I appreciate you not trying to kill me.
After all you've done, that would have been highly ungrateful. You're a wealthy man, Captain. That reliquary holds more than just family heirlooms. Merchants will be killing each other to buy what you're selling. Not sure what I'm supposed to do now. Everyone I've met from Dubrillion has tried to kill me. I don't have an army or a star fleet. I'm supposed to take over a whole planet with just a crown.
I'm sure we'll come up with a brilliant plan, Your Highness.
I have a feeling you're just in it for the money, but I can live with that.
Figures you'd be sticking around, Risha. You're like a Minoc that way.
I'll make sure all the right people hear what you did today, Captain. It's the least I can do. Besides, famous starship captains attract profitable opportunities, and queens in training can never have too many credits. Let's hit the hyperlanes.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is Act 1. And we're now rich! Rich! Which, I mean, we do have 42 million credits lying around, so... yeah! Yeah, we're super rich. $42,171,866 to be precise. Venters, you still there?
There. Better?
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Ventures. Oh, here, let me change off the Metroid music I had going for the Void here. We'll go with this. I am very curious how Wildermyth will be. And thank you very, very much, Venters. Who knows? It might actually be a good game. I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I've already jotted that down, though, for Wildermyth. Thank you. So, we're not going to cut off quite yet, because we need to talk about what just happened.
You're all right.
Womanizing, manonizing. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it's actually funny. The in-game economy is so borked that this 42 million kind of makes me poor. That's not a joke. I actually went to check. So if you remember, the last time we played this, we did end up buying a few things on camera. Hey, it's Torchy, which I can just sell. That's actually funny. We bought a few things cosmetically for our Sith Warrior, our main. And they were kind of expensive, but we were able to make that happen. I went to glance at a few things for my Consular, my other main, and they were so ludicrously expensive. And I mean for small stuff. Like, not very valuable stuff.
You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
Alright. Do we sell Torchy? Because we could.
I think you're all right.
We could dismantle it for parts. I don't know how to do that, unfortunately. Requires Corso rigs. That's funny. Delete it. Oh, that's even better. Hang on. Here's what I think happens in canon. And then we pull it out, and we drag it out here. Over the edge. Right in front of him. Negative 15 rep with the marshals. No! No! Damn it. No. Oh. I would love it if the game acknowledged that. What? Where's my shirt? Oh, I have a shirt on. Oh, that does not look like I'm wearing a shirt from a distance. Look at that. That looks like I'm wearing a leather strap. I think it's just the lighting. I think so, Ventures. I forget if being a preferred person gets you the extra hotkey, or, yeah, hot bars or not. Gotta show off. Yeah! Anyway, sorry. Wait, is there a flex? Hang on. There you go. Where was that stupid intercom? There it goes by Bodar. Now we're playing Pazak. It's the last music.
Looks like we've got a call coming in,
Dooku.
Captain.
Easy
Let me
answer.
put it through.
Captain, I heard about your fantastic success with Nocdrain. I always thought his fortune was a myth.
Armus Polarin, right? From Coruscant. What's this about?
I'm touched to remember. You've come so far since then, with very little to work with. I have a business proposition for you, but I'd rather discuss it face to face. Come to Port Nowhere, Captain. Floating cantina not far from you. I'll send the specs.
Seems like a safe location, Captain. But we need to be careful. The Imperials are getting more gutsy. There's nowhere in Republic space that's safe anymore.
If you wanted safe, you picked the wrong man, sweetheart.
If I wanted safe, nice, presentable at social functions, not held in smoke-filled cantinas.
Hey, I like smoke-filled cantinas.
Not me.
I'm serious. I caught a signature when we were on Nar Shaddaa that looked like the Void Wolf.
Someone I should know about?
The man's a monster. Grand Admiral Haradax Kirill, former slaver, scourge of the Outer Rim and all-round charmer. My father always kept a close eye on him. The Void Wolf's got delusions of taking over the underworld, handing it to the Empire wrapped in ribbon.
I hear his name even on Kashyyyk.
Then let's hit Port Nowhere fast and see if we can get out of his way.
Alright, so now we have started Act 2. We did it! We started Act 2! But I want to talk about the structure of Act 1 a little bit. One of the things I think they actually did right with the Smuggler arc is introduce a character who would eventually become a companion well before she actually joins you. Like, she doesn't join until Act 1 is concluded. She is now a companion. But we see her and interact with her pretty much from the moment we get our ship back at the end of Coruscant. I think restructuring that a little bit gives us more time to flesh her out, which is good, especially since most of the companions are very limited in Tor, right? They're either the primary companion and therefore rely on their personal quest to be fleshed out as a character, or they get the one planet you get them on to flesh them out and that's it. By virtue of making her our main companion throughout multiple planets, we get to develop her more as a character. The problem is Corso. I've already complained about Corso. But that's its own thing. And we also need to talk about Scavik. So let's actually sit and debate this here. So I do like the structure of that. Let's write that down here. I'm debating what's the Jedi. Oh my God! What are you okay? I'm gonna go back here. Just kind of. Anyways, yeah, we don't do a lot of smuggling, but then again, as a trooper, we literally weren't a trooper. Don't worry, as a Jedi Knight, we will actually be a Jedi Knight, I swear. But yeah, no, she is treated as the primary companion. It's just Corso happened to be first. We haven't even really seen his quest develop that much, which is the funny part. We've done the one thing in Coruscant, and that's it. Anyways. Skavik. Here's what I'm thinking. I feel like Skavik is a positive and negative territory. He is occasionally amusing, but he's also overplayed, and he never changes. He's literally just the same note being pressed on the keyboard over and over and over again, up to and including the final interaction with him. Hi, I'm totally ahead of you, and I'm totally your rival. And when we beat him, it is extraordinarily anticlimactic. It's just, oh, well, we finally decided to kill him, and the only reason he dies is because the writers decided that he doesn't have any other escape routes. And that's it. So, mildly amusing, but ultimately just kind of there. And yeah, I feel like they were trying to make him to be a mirror for us, and instead, he's just there. And yeah, having him, I like that idea, Crazy Norse. If he had become more villainous, been more willing to, you know, choose dark side options effectively, if he had been more desperate, the more we keep beating him, that might have made it more interesting. Instead, he's just there. See you around, Dakota. Yeah, I'm well into my lunch break at this point, but whatever. Very true, Sorora. I agree with you on that. I'm totally gonna Kirby, yes. Meanwhile, Orkono is inside a mind prison. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He doesn't shut down. He doesn't try to ambush you. He just is like, "Hi, I'm here to kill you." And we chat for a bit, and it's like, okay. And if they'd done something with that, sure. But instead, he just chats with you for a bit, and then he says, "All right, time to kill you." And it's like, okay. Speaking of deflating, so Risha or Risha, you notice the actual actors can't decide how to voice her name because they keep changing their opinion on that. She'll probably end up being a positive. I want to wait on that. But am I the only one who thinks Smuggler's Act 1 just ends very flatly? Right? We spend literally the entirety of Act 1, from Coruscant onwards, seeking out this big, great, amazing treasure of awesome and amazingness, and then it's done. Like, say what you will about Dragon Age 2, but they make a big deal of the fact that we dragged that treasure out of the place that I can't think of the name of. The problem is, I think you're right, Elricor. I think Act 1 is the best act of the Smuggler Acts, as it usually is. The Deep Roads, thank you. I mean, that's true in almost every one of the class stories. Act 1 is usually like the good act. Hell, that was even true in Trooper, if you're remembering. It's just, you know, variable definitions of good. And yeah, and it's just, alright, it's done. What? So, We'll see what they do with it, but I think even just as of right now, that's just not a good payoff. I agree about Agent, and I agree about Agent being the exception. I also think Sith Warrior stays pretty high. But everything else tends, like Inquisitor, Act 1, ugh! Bounty Hunter, Act 1, easily the best Bounty Hunter act, etc., etc. That's just my opinion, though. We'll see, we'll see. Anyways, okay, all that being cut off, let me go ahead and update the HUD really quick. Smuggler is definitely doing better than Trooper. Try to be shocked. And the only reason there's only 3 story negatives is because we haven't decided how many negatives that Corso's going to get yet. And that's not a joke. That's actually why that's sitting there. Good lord. What is my current spec? I need to write that down. Sharpshooter. That's the one. Okay. I'm going to go grab lunch. I'm going to Kirby it really quick. And then we'll come back after the lunch break. And we'll start Act 2. And the bad planets.